All right. Yeah, we are using the queue, so if you want in, hit that button. Actually, hit those 6 buttons. Queue join. I'm gonna add the command join. You should be able to use the other one. I think that this queue system is gonna work. Seems good. Okay, we need 3 players, so I'm gonna take a look at our notes here first. Good night, Cat. If you want in, you should join now. I'm gonna see something here. I'm curious how this works still. Okay. I got my names. Whatever this thing is, this character here, you've got it. Round square. This one is Mio365, and last is Benfell. The Rock. Regular old Rockman. Half speed, immune to fire, huge HP. Resistant to stun, I didn't know that. That might be new. This is a huge mod. I feel like that's new. As if Rockman needed to be stronger. Soldier or human soldier? They seem like they're better than humans in every way. I don't really understand why. But they are what they are, I guess. I mean, he's just really good at everything. He's just a human mantis maniac who learns fast. Round 2. Looks like we have the crappy charge laser 2. Max charge of 4 shots. Over 20 seconds. Nothing special. We don't seem to have any other good systems except this artillery thing, which in this case is powered by a black hole. I don't know what that means. Let's see what that does. Let's grab a weapon. If we're just allowed to have a weapon, yeah, that's nice. Good question as to which one, though. The Ion is probably the best one here, unless they really changed missiles a lot. We don't even have any missiles. Nine seconds for one shot? That's so bad. Simple Ion is fine. It's one Ion shot for the same. We'll use that. I'll accept. We don't need to kill people for no reason here. It's in space. That's pretty planetary. What's this thing? An MV Explorer. I'll show him my soldier. That's what I was afraid of, is that might happen. I guess we'll fight back then. I was going to check out this, but it's taking too damn long. Holy shit. They have some weird gun here, actually. I don't know what this thing is, but it's brutal. I let this happen just to see what this does, so I'm willing to restart this one. I just want to see what this is, so I'm going to pay close attention to this. But whatever this is busted good. It's like a heavy laser with a chain laser shot speed on it. Okay. Okay, that's really good. Let's go. Yeah, whatever this thing did was also really dumb, but I mean, the old artillery beam was garbage. I can't aim this still, so it's still got the same problems, but breaching their hull has value in it, even if it misses. I got to see what it does. I want to try leveling that up. Uh-oh. A tiny little auto drone. They didn't take that much damage. About as much as the artillery beam would do normally. Ah, shit. Come on. It's so slow. It's just slow as gun. We need to fix this now. Doesn't help that it's breached. Yeah, there's a lot of weird weapons. You get used to the idea, I think. They had a piercing laser shot of some kind. You're the gunner now, friend. Nah, I better keep them the way they were. It's fine. On some missiles, that's not too exciting. I ain't gonna avoid a fight. I need to do something about my weapons. Because this sucks. Waiting on this thing. I want to make sure that we fire the full barrage here. That's why. I added the command join so you don't have to put Q in front of it. I don't think I use that command for anything else. Also, it's currently in random mode for this. I have no intention of first come, first serve. It's always been random for this. It will be not that for some other things. Another ship. Turning off my O2 taunts them to go after it because they just know. They're paying real close attention to this bar down here, I suppose. But it's good for me because it means they're not going after the important systems. I don't know what it means by group. I'm not sure. Oh, you know what that might be is, I have it set to pull 3 names at once for no reason. Maybe if I change that, it will stop. But mathematically speaking, that makes sense. If they're in groups of 3, like they're set to be right now. This lets me pull 15 names at once. It doesn't seem like it works very well, but it does. Allegedly, let me do that. So group 1 to 15 would be group 1, and group 2 would be 16 to 30. I'm turning that off for now. Nice ship. Yeah, because there's at least 8 groups of 3, technically speaking. Because I had it set to pull 3 names at a time, just as a test. Because I was trying to pull 3 names at the start of this, but it didn't work. I'm not sure why it didn't work. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But otherwise, it's working correctly. It would just be nice if it would. I mean, it's an extension, and I have access to it through the console here, so it's pretty sweet management. I think my mods also can click on it and mess around with it, maybe? I'm not sure. Dragging names around and stuff. Reading the messages. Deleting people from it if they want to. No, I didn't figure that out. I don't know why some of the prices were wild. I think it's because I'm not supposed to upgrade them through that area, and it's just a way to prevent me from doing that. Oh no, we have Paragon and whatever the other one is, Renegade for Mass Effect. I'm supposed to let these jerks go free and tell the enemy team where we're at? Just 'cause? What am I fighting for? That's too loud. What are these? They call it the Mass Effect. They call it the Mass Effect. There we go, that's better. The civilians have been defeated. Well, they weren't just civilians. They were tattletales. That's the worst thing. Space is stupid. It is extensive and a new experience, and also last time somebody who was very excited about it, which is good, was telling me how to play, which is bad. What is this? Space is stupid. I want to see what the orchids have for sale, I suppose. What the hell is this? Attack the orchid! What the... This weapon uses kernels of giant plants from Orchid Home Planet as ammunition. Kernel. Here's shields. 25% chance to ignore their ammunition. It uses ammo in the form of missiles and gives me 1 missile back sometimes. It's just a missile that goes through shields with 25% chance of replicating. Takes 10 seconds to fire one. It does 1 damage. 80% breach chance. Attack the orchid. The orchids are pissed at our extreme violence. I deny mercy to the orchids. They sold me a bad weapon. I mean, I don't mind. They just had bad etiquette. Not everyone agrees on proper etiquette anyway. There's a thread on the old Twitters right now about how somebody was disappointed that their raid recipient wasn't excited enough about their raid, and you know what? That's their space. You don't get to complain about that. Too bad. Then raid somebody else. But that's not the general message that was coming across from everyone in that thread. I'm thinking that level 2 shields is good. I died last time to some new malarkey that came down the road in Sector 5 that got through my shields and locked up my rooms at the same time. So I'm thinking defense is very important right now when I don't know what's up the road here. Zoltan shields can block missiles. Absolutely. I don't know why that says 10 shield bypass unless 10 shields now exists. Or maybe it does actually bypass Zoltan shields as well. Zoltan shields block everything and they take double damage from ion just like regular shields. So they are obnoxious. I can get an extra jump where I can get a guaranteed fight. It's very similar to FTL. I mean, the setting is post FTL. And the rebels in their defeat have learned how to travel through dimensions, and they're trying to, with the help of other dimensions, accumulate a force that is interdimensionally strong so that they can bring their rebel racism across all universes. So we have learned to chase after them, and they're once again after us. They have already gotten a head start, so once again the rebels are very strong. That's what the plot of this mod is. It's Chrono Cross. That's what it is. Well, it's all about being respectful. When you raid somebody who's new, they might not want it. Malarkey, malaki, malky. What is that? Does that mean something? I won't play it until I'm told what it means.
Dang.
I read that once or twice to make sure it was safe to read, and I'm not sure that it was. It felt bad to read, I'll tell you that. Your arrival coincides almost exactly with that of a rebel ship. It's hard to know who is more surprised, but there's no option but the fights. Good. One of the things this mod does that I like is this option right here. I wish they would merge it with the menu in front of it, but I bet that that's impossible. I bet that that's just not an easy thing to accomplish. Hey, Zuno Kid. Yeah, the Rebel Fleet jump is not new. I've had that mod before. Malarkey, 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 malaki, malky. That? Yeah, I know what malarkey means. It's a fake word that sometimes has an E in it for no reason. It's space is stupid. That key phrase is better. Take that. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I was saying to Gilder, who was the one who saw that thread in the first place, out of my pool of people. The most viewers I've ever had was something in the neighborhood of 2,000 when it was just from raids and hosts, and people flooding in here. It was mostly from being at the top of the list of a very popular game, Flash in the Pan game, called Agario. Boy, that sucked. I kind of just wanted to turn that stream off. Like, not everybody wants to deal with that big-ass stupid audience full of people who don't understand what you're about. It sucks, actually. They're really annoying to deal with. New people who don't know what's going on and talk a lot, and they always use Twitch emotes and stuff. It's a pain in the ass, actually. So I can definitely understand not wanting to deal with that, especially if you're not doing this professionally like I am. I was not at the time doing it professionally. I was just hanging out. I had like 60 or 80 people normally, and I was just hanging out here, having a good time, and I knew every single person in the chat. I could handle a group like that much better now than I could back then. I mean, I don't think that you need to go vet your raids every time, but if the recipient doesn't like it, you got no right to complain, really. You didn't really do anything wrong. Until you complain about their reaction. I mean, if they're a huge jerk, but that person wasn't, they just didn't like all the spam. I don't personally like all the spam either. I don't like it when raiders come in here with a bunch of emotes. I actually have bot commands that slow it down. Sometimes people come in here with big raids and they get timed out, and I don't feel bad about it. Because I really don't think it's clever to tell your audience to go somewhere and shoot your favorite emote at them 15 times. Like, maybe one each. I don't get doing it a whole bunch. I don't like it. And if you're not used to that mayhem, it's just unsettling and unfun. But it's different for everyone, and not everyone cares about growing their stream either. Definitely not. I don't know why most people do, honestly, but I guess there's appeal in big numbers sometimes. Especially if you don't have a lot of people hanging out. I feel like raid slogans are an advertisement for the stream that's coming in rather than the stream that they're going to, and that sucks. I don't raid people to advertise myself. We earned ourselves 2 more jumps. Let's use them. Yeah, like if Proton Join comes in here with 1,000 people, I love it. All those people know me for the most part. A lot of them do anyway, and if he's got some fun, goofy message, it doesn't bother me. But if it's somebody I barely know and their raid message is attached, it's almost certainly attached to bringing attention to them or what they were doing. It's not a big deal. It doesn't upset me. That's just what it is. I don't do it myself. I usually have a fun message or nothing. It's just usually nothing. I just go visit. I almost always raid somebody I don't know. I mean, if my crew's not on, and they usually aren't at my time of night when I'm done streaming, I don't usually have friends to go after, so I'm very familiar with raiding people who aren't ready for it. And I haven't had too many bad experiences with that. But I don't tell y'all to spam it either. I definitely want to investigate this. I'm playing too slow. Let's move it a little faster here. The civilians appear to be protesting. This is new. The crowd is against the use of multiverse travel. Federation soldiers hold their ground and try to fend off civilians, but it appears things are getting heated. Oh. I don't feel like it slows the game down a bit any other than that I have to figure out what the heck's going on. I don't know the events, so I actually have to read them. If I felt like if anyone in my audience was annoying the target of my hosts, I would pull them aside and talk to them probably. Because I raid a lot of LGBT people and people I want to support. And I don't like the idea of making life hard for them. And if somebody doesn't notice that I raided them, I ain't gonna lose no sleep over it. I'm not sure which of these options to do. This renegade option up here is what we've been doing, but I bet this one can kill my crew. That scares me. There's an option to disable raids. You land right in the middle of the conflict and do not squish anyone. We did it, and we got nothing for it. Great. There is an option to disable raids, but it's opt-out. It's not opt-in. You don't opt in to be raided. So that doesn't, that doesn't solve the problem in itself. It's not... That was the most common argument I saw, is that if you didn't like being raided by big people, you should just turn it off. Well, it's not opt-in, so incorrect. That's not really a solution. You can just not be a jerk. How about that? Anyway, enough of that. That's what I mean by stream culture, though. I apparently am not of common view with that. People expect to be thanked for their generous raid, their benevolent raid. I refuse. What? Here comes a rebel. They can't hurt me. Unless that gun is one of those charge guns, I kind of want to see. I'm watching it. It is. See the way it's lighting up its pips on the left side? That's dangerous. It's a chain-heavy laser. Well, I would say I wouldn't expect that, but then I read the thread and nearly everyone in it expects to be thanked. I don't want any more jumps on this sector. It's because it was such a unanimous... I mean, it was probably that person's crowd, so they're gonna jump onto whatever their host says. But there was a lot of people agreeing that they deserve to be thanked. And a lot of the audacity of this guy. Doesn't he know how to grow his broadcast? How's he gonna get affiliate this way, etc.? Well, he won't. Too bad. Whatever. Maybe they don't care. That's their business, not yours. Let's get out of here. Spoiling a game is like the hardest thing to get that point across. Nobody understands that. I can't play a Mega Man game, new or old, without being told what the weaknesses are. When I go into a stage, way before I'm even the boss, I'm getting the information. Like, I can't read the chat, or I'm going to know what weakness to use. It happens to me all the time. I don't like that stuff. But everyone has a different spoiler policy. So ain't no common sense there at all. I also play games pretty unconventionally, and people think I'm doing it wrong because I don't understand it instead of making a choice. Not that it matters either way. The Rebel Elite breaks into laughter upon seeing their ship. What? What's wrong with my ship? It's a fine ship. Oh, that's the shape that he's laughing at. I understand. He's right. He's right to laugh at my ship. We are immune to this ship as well. Oh yeah, they definitely, I mean, across the board, generally speaking, people view raids as an opportunity to get new audience. They're looking at it from a purely monetary point of view. That's the only way that whole argument makes any sense, and it honestly has about 10% of the value that they're pretending it has, because that really doesn't get you that many viewers. Like, when I get raided by somebody who has an audience that loves my stuff, like, I think Proton John or Ty Tuesday are good examples. Me and Ty Tuesday have a lot of audience crossover, but if I raid Ty Tuesday, or if he raids me, and we give 500 viewers, new viewers to each other, be lucky, even if we say out loud, yo, you should follow Ty Tuesday or me, probably not going to get more than 5 followers out of that whole group. That's a new gun. Retention is harder to get than just a raid or two. What is this? I can't look at it in here. Let's check it out. We can repair the hull. That's interesting. Oh. The immediate and real value of it, in my opinion, is sharing your stream with a bunch of people. That's all. There's nothing more than that. It's just these people are real and they're watching you for a while. That's all. We're on a salvage mission. Let's see what this does. Okay, scan them. Okay, we took an intrusion. We got the schematic, but we have to deal with awful drones that are mean. What the... This is a fight that we can barely win, if even win. I don't know, actually, if I can win this. This is bad. This is not good. Let's go heal and repair that real quick, because we're gonna need to heal in this fight here. I think we need to heal up and back up the Rockman and just rotate these two. That's the way to win this fight. Get back out there, fellas. You go in. Okay, he's going to break that gun. Jump on him, Rock. Ah, was that worth it? I mean, yeah. We didn't lose anything. We just got a free schematic. It just... we got clowned on for a little bit, but nothing happened. That was a huge net gain, really. That was like 40 scrap we get for that thing. They could have hurt us, but they didn't. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I don't want you to follow people you're not going to watch or whatever, just because you can. I'm just saying, you know, the only real value that you would measure out of a raid if you were trying to go for monetary or whatever is, will these people come back on their own? And the retention rate out of a raid of 1,000 people is literally like 0.1%. If you're exciting and interesting to the people coming in, 1%. Okay, Angies. They value science over their own lives. Contact the guard, attack the guard, ignore the guard. Request supplies. Thank you, sir. I don't know what a harmony link is. Let's find out. What is this? Refusal task. Protecting Harmony Link. Do not interfere. If they won't give us the supplies, we'll take them. The NG guards are gonna get mad at me. What in the hell is that buzzsaw drone? Shoots down missiles and asteroids, can be shut down by damaging the ship's drone system. Ah, that's bad news. Jeez, that's really bad news. Wow, that sucks. Fire, man. That's... engines are gone. They're just dead. It's gonna be close on the shield. Right in time. I have trouble getting new audience viewers. Oh. myself. Like, I really don't get a lot. That's okay, though. It's steady. Damn. Thought that evasion were getting messed up by that, and they dodged me. I really need these to hit. Come on. Jeez, man. Can't we catch any breaks? I need to fix this so we have some freaking engines. Okay. What I did there was turned off my shield so we wouldn't get ioned by the stuff that we couldn't dodge. I'm pretty bad at a couple of crucial Twitch things for somebody who does it as a job. I really need viewership to grow. I'm not too worried about that. Typically, I just deal with it the way it is. I don't do anything to encourage new followers because they're I like the way the community is. I also need to drive subs, obviously. I'm trying stretch goals out right now. That seems to be working. I think I should fire again. These damn engines are fixing everything. Laser, shields down. Okay. I think I should use this for this fight. It makes sense to do that. We're gonna have to last a long time though for that to actually take off though. There we go. Let's just do it. Let's just go all defense and see how we do. This freaking ion spam. Just a little longer here. Damn it. The timing. Oh, that sucks. They hit the gun, too. This is such a nasty thing to deal with right now. I'm having such a hard time with the startup on this ship. And this thing I'm dealing with the Ingies repairing it instantly the way they are. I really wish this thing was faster than 50 seconds. It's super nice. It'll solve this problem if it will just fire one time. Come on. Just a little more. Completely missed. Lousy. Yeah, that's not worth doing. Finally. What the heck is Harmony? I don't know still. Okay, we got a defense drone. This was worth doing. Man, it sucked to do it, though. I can't use that scythe beam yet. I don't think. I should have checked it out, though. I mean, I couldn't use it there because of the 2 shields. Nearly instant. It's just a shorter pike beam with an instant shot. And a breach chance is on nearly every beam now for some reason. Yeah. Anyway, I don't like to be obtrusive with my my own advertising. I do need subs and Patreon pledges. That keeps my lights on, it keeps my streams running. But I just try and find ways to reward that stuff and encourage it. I don't go nuts. Speaking of which, thanks, Stonewall. Right now there is a subs and patrons poll for games, by the way. If you haven't voted on that and you are one. We always have low turnout for that. So your vote is big. New song. I need more energy. I'm sitting on 80 scrap like it's nothing. It's a lot. All of my problems could be solved with that. Let's use the beam and we'll win this fight. The thing to do here is suffocate these guys, not fight them. They're nasty. Okay, so this apparently is an instant beam. I'm curious how that's gonna work. We can get 5 on this ship at least, maybe 6. But I certainly would rather hit these rooms. Okay, just a hacking little fast beam. That's all it does. It's special. It's nothing crazy. It's all right. It's not enormous. Thank you so much, Ringduck. Ooh, ow. People like Springduck who have gifted 50 subs are a ridiculous part of why I can keep on going. Thank you so much. That laser was still not fast enough to do an instant sweep victory. It almost was, but not quite. Oh my god. I wish it was too, because we paid the price for it not being fast enough. Damn pirates. What is this super NG? He's become immune to damage for a while. He turned into nano machines or something. He became immune to damage for a little while, and he couldn't fight back either. He was just there, phased out. That's what he was doing. The AI is smart enough to use those abilities. Yes, it did always flash. Okay, just thank you for the sub. The 4 years. Sumo Bumo and a couple of other people on this channel have been subbed for 75 months. Pallid Mask Priest. Samurai Hitman. Yeah. Knife Crow, thank you.
Hype.
Yeah, Endeavor, you've been here forever. Most of my founders is what they're called, are those first 10 subs. Most of them are still here. There's a couple names that I'm sad to see when I watch old XCOM streams that are just gone. But, you know, people move on, that's fine.
Oh, rad. This is up again.
And then you're dropping all these gift subs as well. Thank you so much. I was expecting to I usually go after my stretch goals on Sunday because that's when everyone's here for Arcade Pit, my big show. But hey, we'll get started. Dark All, thank you. As well for the 5-pack, damn. The first thing on my list, I was talking about numbers, purely numbers wise. Every month now, for about half a year now, it goes up and back down. It goes from a pretty low point where it's a little concerningly low in the high 400s. For me, that's a little low. It doesn't take too much to get it to the mid 500s where I'm happy, and that's like I can make my bills happen at that. And then we've been hitting like mid 650, which is great. That is extremely. I'm back in good shape. I can put some money away, kind of levels of sub, and then after a month it goes back down. That's where we've been with this. There's like 150 floating subs, and I really appreciate the extra ones. I'm definitely looking to convince people to bring their Prime here or whatever, their regular sub. I don't want to push it on anyone who can't afford it or anything, but those long-term subs mean a lot to me. I want as many of those as I can get. It's better to have $1,001 subs than one person giving $1,000. I'm hurting real bad in this FTL run. Round square, thank you. And Common Man's Hero. Meso. I'm in pause mode on FTL here for a minute. Thanks for waking me up, y'all. I'm gonna try and figure out how to save my run while these roll in. We need to find a store. Immediately. Sarah Gina and Tsuchinoko Squeezins. Dropping 2 more 5-packs and Kefka with 100 bits. Thank you so much. I don't know where we're at anymore because this thing takes a minute to catch up. But I'll let you know. I think you can expect Dark Souls randomizer on Monday, though. If you're interested in that, that's what we'll be doing.
Dang.
Probably. I need to finish Mass Effect. I keep saying that.
Dang.
But I do. I'm at the end of Mass Effect 1. I need to actually finish it.
What loot, what loot, what loot?
Yeah, this mod is I would say, yeah, I was talking about that last night. This mod's biggest problem is probably that it has too much stuff in it. And it's just, there's no way they're gonna balance that. Yeah, I was watching Sleep Cycles play it. It looks interesting. That's what's convinced me I want to do it. Space is stupid. Sleep Cycles is really cool to watch if you haven't watched him. He's on the pit crew. I'm gonna go this way. No. The way to find stores is to find a node that's attached to it, and like if any of these 3 stores, it will tell me. So we want to go to this asteroid field and hopefully not blow up. I would say most of the content in this is really good, but it is a lot. It might be too much. I am concerned that it's too much. It's hard to tell. Sophie with 1 more gift sub. Thank you. An observation post. The Prime Gaming. That monthly. I would say one thing this mod does really well is help you lessen the pain of the RNG. You can buy permanent augments. You can get a lot of power in this. I haven't figured out the meta yet. Obviously, I'm only on my 2nd run here. But you can just grab a weapon at the start. A bonus weapon. You can grab a bonus crew member. You can do things before battle to repair your ship if you're in real trouble. At the cost of scrap or whatever, just free opportunity to repair it. Not free, obviously it costs money, but free opportunity to do it. That's not something you can normally do. You know what? I think that beam, the artillery beam, is doing breaches just because all the laser beams do breaches now, and it's not special about it. It's just got a 10% chance to breach, and what that means is 10% constantly. Like, it's breaching every room. Beams seem really, really strong in this. Thank you so much. Enjoy the weird dog that you got, I guess. What is that? See, now we have this option here, and it's really cool. Make last minute repairs for 4 scrap. We get +1 HP. That's expensive. But it's something. 6 HP better than 5 for this mess. Beams were ridiculous. They were always good. I guess they fixed the hacking bug, so beams are a little worse for that. Because that's definitely a big sell for the hack and the beam combo, but giving them breach is something fierce. That is mean. We'll be dogging plenty of shots here in a week or 2. Don't be surprised when you find out I have a complete lack of skill. Hopefully I won't at the end of the year. Hopefully we'll get better. Let's run this way. Intruder on deck. He's gonna blow up my ship. Almost guaranteed. He didn't. We have a new recruit. Nice. Fiona the Mantis. Regular Mantis. You can be Shield Mantis, Engine Mantis, actually, because this guy, I prefer the Zoltan's Beyond Shields every time that I can. I can edit the bot messages if I want to. I don't know what that pink ion is, and I don't really like it. Upgrading shields is very expensive. I'm not used to having the money to do it. It's not even an opportunity usually. It's a big investment typically. I'm on normal here, and it would be extremely strong to have level 3 shields at any point. You're definitely not supposed to have it this early. It would really help a lot. I mean, you're definitely doing the right thing there if you can get away with it. It's one of the best things you can do, level 3 shields. Ignore the monks and visit the market. Respond or attack the monks. Respond. Have 3 scrap. He's mad. Well, he's not that mad. I'm a bad tipper. Anti-bio laser. This is the same as it ever was. It doesn't breach. I mean, it just looks different. I used this one last time. It's pretty cool. It does ion and hull damage. Oh yeah, this isn't a beam. That sucks, actually. You could use this if you had ion to get rid of the shield. Kind of a pain to set that up. I tried to use the asphyxiator before, but it's tough. This would work without sensors because you could just shoot the rooms over and over again. All you need is the shields to be gone, and you could eventually fish them out. I'm sure I could figure it out. If I had that weapon loadout, if I had another ion gun, I could buy this and get it, but I mean, it's too much. But I could see using this if I actually had a way to shut the shields off. That was 44 subs and 200 bits. So I think we're definitely hitting goal 1 on the stretch list. Thank you so much. That was unexpectedly early. The first time I hit 500 subs was back in Breath of the Wild days, and I haven't really fell below that point until last year. I started to lose viewership, I guess, or not. I don't know. I had a tough year, just in general, there for a while, and it definitely affected my work. So I'm trying to get back in on that. Actually, not 2020. 2020 was fine. 2019 to 2020 was real bad for me. 2020 was fine, as fine for me as it was for anybody. I mean, I work from home. I have a pretty lucky situation for something like that calamity. It wasn't great, but 2019 was actually worse for me in terms of mental health. I don't know what to buy here. I really want to use this. I want it to be good and to get away with it and just chill and watch the enemy die to the lack of oxygen. That sounds kind of boring, though. I mean, in terms of productivity, this is the best choice if it actually pulls it off. 5 energy is a lot. 5, 6 power, that's a truckload. I don't think I want to rely on it again. I wanted to see how it worked last time, and I legit died because of it. Just devoting 5 energy at the start of the fight to this killed me, no doubt about it. Doesn't look like they'd changed decoy boys. Oh, they did. You can deploy it multiple times. It actually sounds good. Using drone parts, you can deploy more decoy boys. Exchange decoy boys for drone parts and gain an extra jump. That's really good. The amount of drone parts I'm currently using is 0. And the amount of jumps I would get out of that is wildly steep. I'm gonna try that out. Let's give that a shot. That gives me the opportunity to explore the whole damn sector. Let's get some fuel for that mission too. My weapons are okay. I just need to get the other one online here, or get this upgraded and try to use it well. I think I'd rather get this on first. We'll back up with this later. The Dark Souls item randomizer I've used before. It's rough. I don't know. I probably will use that as well again. But the Dark Souls enemy randomizer is extremely big. It's gonna shuffle bosses all over the place. I'm sure I can handle it, maybe. I hope it works on the remastered. I don't have it for the... I guess I do. I have all the versions of Dark Souls that there are. If the room is too small, they cram them in there. That's that's how it works. I want that weapon online. I really better get that weapon online before I do anything else. Let's get some money. How do I launch the decoy boys? I'll take the money from the Ingies for free. Oh no, that's notoriety now. Oh jeez. How do I launch the decoy boys? During jump speed. The hell is that? What? Okay. Yeah, we'll check the next sector. Maybe that's what it wants. You can change your Twitch name like every 6 months if you want to. I changed mine. It's just a quick thing. I don't actually recognize some of the names in here, even though you've been subbed for like 50 months. The name changed without me having an idea who it is. I don't have any way to look at that history, I don't think. We will not do that. So I just get used to the new one sometimes. Yo, Gilder Sneeze, what's up? We're playing this FTL journey here. How was games and demos? I love games and demos. You never know what you're gonna see when you open up that category. Sometimes you see episodes of Speed Racer. Sometimes you you see things that are against the terms of service, and you're just like, well, we'll just Sometimes you see some really neat indie games that just have no category. What were you up to? Actually, I think I saw what you're up to. It looked pretty neat. What is that game? Well, welcome everybody. We're playing the multiverse here of FTL. It's a big overhaul mod. I'm learning it. It's interesting. I'll be happy once I have learned it. I'll be happier once I've learned it than learning. But it's alright. to learn too. It's not too punishing. I would say regular FTL is meaner than this. Die in the dungeon. Look at this thing on the right. It's just, I think they did a really good job with most of their art matching FTL's style. Most of this blends right in. Enough that people come in here and ask me if this game got patched, because I can't tell. Your arrival is fortuitous. We have some extra drones. No. Actually, I would do that. I can do that. We'll use those drone parts. I was thinking I'd attack them, but they're right. I do want those drone parts. I'm not sure that I understand why I want to communicate with the NGs. Cannot converse at the present moment. Separatist vessel is attempting to communicate. Did you confirm odds of separatist occupation through evaluation? Evaluate. We are not a separatist vessel. The other NG, who is freshly painted gray to match the other NG, does his best to move his arms like a robot while speaking. Okay. We've been attacked and we have an ASB ally. What kind of store is this? I don't know what the story is with the separatist NGs yet. Oh, Jello, thank you. For the 4 years. I'm not familiar with these weapons. And I really dislike that. This is real mean. We're just gonna lose our shields, no doubt about it. Come on, come on. I took too long. My guns are off too. Greed greater than murder. This is the math formula for mercy. That deal isn't very good, but I don't know if it's supposed to be good. Oh my god, come on. Oh, jeez. What stunned him? Damn. I lost my boy. Fiona the Mantis is still here, though. Is that you, Paul Master Priest? 75 months and mysterious name. We are running a queue for playing on the ship in the form of me getting you killed and nothing more. If that interests you, you can just type in join. It's possible I won't get any more crew. It's possible I'll get 5 more crew. Who knows? Wow. This is like a Vulcan that's not at completely full charge. This is really good. 2 seconds almost of this is going to fire in 1.8 seconds at full charge with our upgraded gunner, who is absolutely going to be fully upgraded because when a gun's firing that fast, they get an XP tick every time it fires. I'm interested in trying that out. We'll sell this junk instead. Actually, I'm not sure that the simple ion makes sense here anymore. Cloaking is here. We need energy. Mandatory here. We have to be able to do this setup, so.
Luigi!
Thank you. I'll fight the pirate. How come I don't get altruism points for fighting all these pirates? Lauricia, thank you. That's a hair over 2 months in it. Yes. Check out that gun. Thank you for the sub.
That's a hair over 2 months in it.
That's a generous deal for sure. I think it's hard to resist that one. Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to explore it. Dang. I was checking out the options. Free Mantis domain or free Mantis sector? Let's go to their domain and upgrade our doors because that doesn't sound like a good place to go. Free Mantis have captured this sector from the Zoltan, though their addiction to the pheromones they may degrade their intelligence. They are extremely loyal to the Federation. Okay. They're just on Psycho from Fallout, and they're mantises. But they are apparently friendly to us. Mantis crew, request a warrior, please. Oh shit. He's not the right kind of mantis, apparently. The magnifying glass turns on the high details. There it is. On the tooltip, that's all. One thing I'm not sure I like, that you can see free mantis written on them, is that not only have they introduced the concept of like 30 different units, but they've also split them in half and there's like an alternate version of each one. Blue options have always had bad results. Blue option just means unique. It's never been a good marker of good. It usually is good, but that's the best you get from it. Free mantis is what I want to look at here. Yeah, I had one of these last time. They get this active ability that just gives them a bunch of damage. I don't know how I'm going to fight all these mantises. I'm going to do it by cheating. Here comes the ASB. Jeez. This is real bad news. I don't think I can win this fight. There's too many borders over here. And they're all boosted. They're maniacs. Jeez. Come on. Save me, light gun. Yeah, we're in big trouble. Okay, they're out. Now what? God, it's too much. These three mantis borders with their boosts is too much. It's just too much. Damn, I can't believe they killed him. They're so fast. I can't get to the med bay from here. There's no way I can stop these guys. There's just no way. God, they already have that skill back up. It's outrageous. We're dead. They're just too strong. See, this is a skill that is just overtuned. The AI knowing how to use it is ridiculous. There's no way. I know I should have gotten the doors, but I wasn't even given the chance. I had to fight this guy immediately. See, they used that 3 times in a row. I'm gonna just restart. This run's over. Let's just get him killed and call it here. It needs a huge cooldown, like, right? Like, they used it like 4 times in a row, and there were 3 of them. It's this insane buff. It's outrageous. That wasn't fair at all. That's really bad. Tone that one way down. I also, like I said, I don't like that there's variations of everything. But that cooldown on that we can see it, I think, on this guy. No, I didn't actually start with one yet. That was bad. That was not something that should have ever killed me in a million years, but they were so busted strong, the three of them. We're gonna raffle 3 new names, so if you got pulled, you can join again if you want to, but if you haven't, type and join.
Dang.
I don't really mind them having it, but they,
In space, nobody can hear balancing.
why were they allowed to use it so much? There's no reason why they should be allowed to flood that so much. I need to obviously add played with viewers bot to the queue blocker so he doesn't show up on screen. Let's draw some names. Most of what I died to is weird stuff like that so far. Just... it needs toned down. Like, it really does. There's no reason for that. It's not fair. No crimes. It's just overtuned. It's ridiculous. It's too niche of a thing to be giving them 3 free borders like that. With that kind of ferocity. I could have countered it if I had doors. Spaces, stupid. I don't know here what to do. I feel like an extra crew member is a really good thing, and so is a weapon. So far, the stores have been generous with weaponry. I don't think this game is harder than vanilla. I think it just has a couple things that they need to fix. Space is stupid. They're dropping too much content too fast here. I know what weapon it's gonna be, I think. It's gonna be some basic laser. I don't think I need it. I think the crew member's better. Block. It's just gonna be a human, but a crew member nonetheless. And so, you know, that's fine. Unsurprisingly a human, that's fine. I guess if you get a free unit, it's just a human, that's fine. I never got to try my jump augment. That's the sad thing. We died too fast to do it. Yeah, the whole getting into that fight in the first place was nonsense. Thank you, Rum Rusher. That's an accurate depiction of this situation, yeah? I was talking about how there's no FTL fan art with my partner and discussing what Slocknog fan art would look like. Where's the painting of a slug on a planet that is full of noxious gas or on fire, maybe, or both? Volcanoes setting off in the background. And he has nothing left, and he's there arguing with a ship captain about the amount of money that he costs, and he's got a little sword and link hat on him. That's my idea of fan art for Slocknog. Gonna commission a painter to get that made. A Federation automated supply drone is on the fritz, sparking and sending meaningless messages. It must have received. Damn it! Let's contact. We have pissed it off. This is what Federation drones look like according to this game. They're new. They're more compact. So, much like everything that the Federation seems to do, they're worse than the Rebels. Which is good for me, they're easier. It's not like they're on my side, really. Flak can hit all of this at once, that's why it's better to fight this than another one, if you were wondering. Also, the engine room is separated, so we can't walk in there, so boarding it with Lanius would be worse. Sort of. The Rebel ship is more split up than that, even though, so even that's not true. Tracking flares is new. What's that? Array of tracking flares that reveal the enemy, disable their cloaking system. This is just anti-cloaking. For 2 power and 1 fuel. You would do it at the start of the battle, right here, this screen would show up, and you would just be like, yeah, I'm gonna turn their cloaking off, thanks. That's when you would do it. Save the crew. We failed. The crew is dead. Oops. If I get to that supply, or this one here, we could buy a scrap recovery arm. I'm gonna do that, probably. They're working on making the enemy ships break into pieces. Some of it's done. It's not being ignored. That's the biggest, most tedious and thankless task in this mod. They made like 600 variations of ships. They need to draw each one of those. That's the meat and potatoes. That's the arcade pit database management of this mod. Nobody realizes how big it is. And why are we given the option to fire this off when they don't even have cloaking? That confused me. They don't have cloaking. We don't need to do that. Cool. You can go fix this, friend. I'd like to get a winning run tonight on this. That's a great deal. I don't know. So far, the enemy ships have not have augments. I've seen them over here. They actually have a UI element. It's in this corner. I really haven't seen that very much at all. So I doubt that they have that one. I have seen one or two, but mostly that's been not really a thing. So I would say that they don't do that to you, but they might. They can hack your cloaking and turn it off under normal circumstances. We had an extra crew member. I was really hoping one of the humans would go. This was not a good trade. It's almost even. But it would have been a good trade if the human went instead. I wish we could pick. That's still a thing that sucks about FTL, is that you never get to pick. They just take the worst crew member away. Every time, it feels like. Consistent problem with this game. We ought to be able to pick in a situation like that, obviously. With him gone, we have lost our free power. That hurts a lot. We got about equivalent money. This thing is worth a little bit of money. Is this a slug? What? Or a snake? What is this? Just gonna give me some free stuff? Hey, have some drone parts. Okay, you just have a regular store here. Well, maybe not regular, it's a weird store. Take this. I don't think I want this now, but it would be nice someday. It's kind of early for that. I want the money. A bio-ion blast. Ion weapons can damage systems without causing hull damage. Yeah, this one damages crew. How does that work? 2 power for 1 ion damage? This seems like one of the worst weapons I've seen, just outwardly. It just seems like it's missing a shot for no reason. It only shoots once? It fires every 5 seconds, but it only shoots one? It kills crew. I want to try and use it and see if it's as bad as it looks. Energy weapons can disable system as well here. This is the ion energy cannon. 60-second charge to shoot 3 shots for 3 power. Ion damage 1, hull damage 1. Chance of fire. Nothing special about this that I can see. It just does both ion and hull damage. This is good at locking up a system and still being able to kill the ship while it's locking it up, instead of just spamming ion over and over again. Conservative energy. Slow charging energy weapon that does 1 ion and 1 hull damage, but none to systems or crew. Use no power, but require another weapon to be powered. That's interesting. I can use that if that's true. Let's try that out. "13 seconds for one shot. Does hull or ion damage with chance of fire." I think the reason why this weapon is supposed to be good is because if you've already ioned the shields down, normally what happens is you extend the ion. But I think what this does instead is not only extends the ion, but also kills the crew in the same room. So whoever's running the shields and being hit by that ion that normally does nothing is now dying. In which case, you know, if we had 2 or 3 of these running, we could theoretically use ion like we always do to shut the shields off. And we'll also be killing the crew while we do it. Which is mildly good. It's not that good because you're not going to be able to cycle the ion around. You're still going to have to burn through the shields. And they're not always going to have somebody in the shield room. Also, this ship that you could fight, theoretically, has 5 shields. And like 5 guns. 5 big looking mean guns. My energy weapon's paying for itself already. Send in the rock. Actually, I want to send in the soldier and see if it's different. The rock always wins here. What does the soldier do? Your soldier with years of elite training. You know what? It seems to me that he should have been the one to do that other mission then, but hey, what are you gonna do about it? It's too late now. They're after us. We definitely can't use this. I took too long to do that. I realized too late that I could be immune to this ship if I would just do that one thing. Apparently it's legal to just turn their air off. No crimes. What we have here is a William situation, folks. William alarm sounded. No, the other alarm. There's the William Moods cat. Inspirational. I'm gonna win this run, damn it. We're gonna get our break. We're just gonna take 5 and play some of this.
Presented by Data East.
What do you mean, chat is messed up? How is it messed up? That was the location of Minnesota Fat's pool legend. Sorry, it didn't have a transition on it for some reason. No, it should have, actually. It's because it didn't hide and unhide correctly, that's why. Slam. I hate how damn good they are at this. It's ridiculous. I can't believe that. A perfect tie. What? I thought I had him, but no, he's perfect every time. I got your number this time, Hinkle. Jump shot. Yeah. What are you doing now? Faster than light. Hey man, 30-second timer on this. Can we get moving? Jeez. He doesn't understand. What? Ridiculous. I was about to clean up, but no. Ugh. We're having a bad time here in Minnesota faster than light. Nice. Thank you. That's a big assist from my friend Hinkle. Now what am I gonna do? Didn't expect that to work. I did expect that to work, but whatever. I've given him a safety. I knew if it didn't go in that I would be left with this. See, this is the kind of thing that y'all, when you're calling shots, you're gonna have to figure out. I didn't see that, but hey, if he had to shoot at the 2, I can make it so that either I make the shot or I miss and he's left with something really stupid and bad. Pretty safe garbage. You can do that kind of thing. I will allow people to call safeties, which is when you don't even try to get one in. All you do is try and mess up the other player. You do have to do it legally, though. Which means that you need to hit your ball that you're after, whatever it is. And you need to also touch the wall with something. Those are the 2 things that are legal. As long as those 2 things are done, you can screw up the other player however you want. If you can get them to foul 3 times in a row, holy shit. If you can get them to foul 3 times in a row, you instantly win. So if you keep giving them bad shots that, you know, if you keep giving me bad shots that I give myself that I can't make, that's one way to win. I'm waiting for the evasion on FTL to go up to about 30%. That's when we'll know. It will get steadily better, but I can't do a whole lot to speed it up without endangering myself. Hold your horses. Um, I think what I would recommend would be... I really don't have much. Either blasting these three really hard, that works for me pretty often, or the more realistic shot would be to... I know he's gonna cheat and succeed, but I would try something like this. Would be a safety. Now what's he gonna do, right? Like, what do you think now, Hinkle? He actually has a shot on the 5 and that's it, but it kind of sucks, right? It's pretty bad. He's still gonna find a way, though. He's gonna do some pure nonsense. Look at this crap. That's what he's gonna do. He's just gonna be inhuman. But that's the kind of shot you can call if you don't think that I can make it. And that's perfectly fine. That kind of stuff will be interesting when people start doing that kind of stuff. And that's really not very far away now. Less than 100 hours. Not that I'm counting or anything. Not that I'm counting or anything, but you know. We're almost there on FTL. Looks like one of the pilots is mastered. We'll be done with this soon. He's gonna win anyway. This guy's a monster. I'm out of my league here. I was actually watching some pretty good players, not top tier like I usually watch, which has been disheartening. I love it. You gotta get some variety in what you watch, because you know, I'm never gonna meet, yet alone play, somebody as good as who I've been watching. So I was watching somebody who's still extremely good play, and I was watching them not try to make every shot. They were doing a lot of safeties and stuff to mess up the other player, because they couldn't just win instantly. Billiards actually has a pretty good ranking system. It's called a Fargo rating system, where they rate you based on your tournament score and your performance. I'm sure it can be scammed like any system like that can, but it seems like it's pretty good. And it goes up to like 800. If you're watching somebody in the 700s or 600s, they're just extremely good. Wow. So these guys were in the 500s, and that's how they were playing. That shot that he made no sense. We're done with this game. This game is way more unfair than FTL. Forget Williamyards. Go back to sleep, cat. What were you doing? In this, the music died. It gave up there because it's gonna reboot it. Okay, Where were we at here? I'm just looking at the situation. Our piloting is mastered. Our shields don't have anyone on them. We should have been firing this the whole time. That's my bad. Oh, no, it's not. There's a reason why that wasn't happening. It's because I don't have any damn energy. That makes sense. Okay, well, we're back in FTL. We have mastered dodge. That's gonna come in handy. Rescue the store. I was debating whether I would allow safeties or not, but I think the game will be more fun if you are allowed to do it. It's tournament legal. It's fine. I am interested in what kind of things people will be doing as well as I am in playing. I think it will be fun. It might be a little slower than I'd like, though. It's going to be pretty chill, because obviously there's going to be a lot of pausing. Another thing that I'm not sure about is whether we'll be playing 9-ball or 10-ball, which are the same game, but 10-ball is harder. I think we're going to start with 9-ball. Everyone knows 9-ball, and I don't think that I have a thing to set up 10-ball. 10-ball, adding that extra orb changes the format from a diamond, and it makes it way harder to break the balls in a good way. It actually is a big deal. You wouldn't think it is, but the physics change so much when you change that shape. The diamond is lined up so you can almost always get 2 or 3 in at the start of 9-ball. But adding that 10th one and changing it back into a shitty triangle sucks. That's just really tough, actually. What in the hell is this? Modified missile weapon that's extra blunt, with a high chance to breach and stuns for 14 seconds. I'm looking at this thing and trying to figure out if I want to use it or not. It's still a missile weapon. I can't use it here. Missiles are better in this mod for one reason, really, right away, and that's that I can buy the augment to give me 50% missiles back right away. Like, I can go get it right now. All I have to do is go to that supply depot. Being able to get an entire list of augments for your ship is a wild upgrade for your... Like, that just adds so much value to your build. So that really does make missiles more viable. Just increasing how many you have by 50% is really good. I don't think we should use this yet. It looks pretty good, though. It's going to go through the shields for 1 missile, like usual. Every 14 seconds, it does 3 damage. And huge breach chance with that enormous stun. That would completely turn off whatever room it's in. Less accurate ion weapon, efficient at taking down shields, but not as useful against targeted systems. Call it a try-on if you'd like. What? I wouldn't. I'd rather call it a try-ion because that sounds really stupid. 16 seconds with a radius. This is a flak ion gun. That's what that is. 3 shots of ion. This is, that's a lot of ion. That's really... I think the shot time is too long. I want to try it, but the shot time on it's just so big. We're going to sell this. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's fun, I should say. It's probably okay. Let's not do that. I would like to visit this, but I'm gonna fail and have to run. Is it worth diving? I don't think it is. Swampson. That dodge coming in handy already, probably. Let's try and win this run. I'm going to play it a little more intelligently than I have been. I want to try the new stuff, but I would like to win this one, so I'm not gonna do it just because it's new. It better actually sound good to pull me in. That's why I didn't want to buy that flak ion. I have a different plan in mind. Pike beam is really nice. Run that salvage mission again, please. That was good. Take the risk. Okay, we didn't lose any crew. It's a mine launcher. The tool that made the mines in space. Get the mine launcher. Actually, let me read this. Mine launchers charge quickly and fire a burst of slow-moving projectiles. They serve as an efficient way to lay traps for the fleet. Modified variant that always starts fires. Uses 1 missile. 3 shots per charge, 11 seconds. Is it shooting 3 mines for 1 missile? This thing is wildly good. We gotta try. Big deal. 3 damage for that. Not even a trade. I'd do that all day long. That's gotta be worth a ton of money. 3 damage is like 9 scrap. We need to invest in some ship upgrades. Orchid sector is new. Apparently friendly. Peaceful race, lucky for me. Their specially grown kernel weaponry makes them powerful enemies, so be glad the plants will rarely attack without being attacked first. Nice ship. Request supplies. Thanks. Let's get some energy, get these systems up. The warrior-like mantis are attacking the orchid. Show me Mantis is in trouble, please. Okay. Hey, fellas. How's it going? That's pretty busted. Because it spreads fire guaranteed, and it's spreading it with fury. I think we've done too much damage to the ship. Maybe. Probably. We could kill the crew with this. Technically, but whatever. We're just gonna wipe them out this way. We gotta fix this and get out of here. More energy. I need to get my stuff online. I also need to get to that store. Be happy. Yo! Double damage from fire and really bad at putting them out. Friendly crew though, they get 20% max health and repair speed, and we can regenerate oxygen without it being on. Fight their escort. Welcome aboard. Flower. Hello. As you can see, it's I'm not sure how much O2 it generates. I want to find out, but you can see that it's changing the room white. It looks like it's level 102, just straight up, just level 102. Whatever room it's in can't be out of air. It's a generous amount, for sure. That's quite a bit. And it's also giving them damage and stuff anyway. Evacuate the civilians from the wildfire. We didn't have enough crew. Whoops. Can't help it. I tried. The whole planet is flammable. I couldn't save him. Refugees want to trade for missiles. That's actually good for me right now because that mine bomb is cool. I want to get the thing that lets me fire more bombs. Very important weapon upgrade. That's gonna be like 80 scrap. A rogue ship is selling slave orchids. We have to save them. Let's do it. We have to save them by firing fire mines at their ship. They got a crystal man there. Hey, this guy takes reduced suffocation damage. He still doesn't like fires. Let's do this. What y'all gonna do about it? Hey, Cubbin. No thanks. Wish we could split the fire a little better. Their ship doesn't really deal with that very well. This one's not a good shot either. I was hoping to spread it more. I'll use more missiles if I have to. But we're doing damage, unfortunately. I wish this didn't do damage to the ship. We're just gonna have to blow them up. I wish the mines wouldn't damage the ship directly. That would make it a really top tier weapon. Since it does, it's hard to use too much. Salvage mission. We got some stuff. Diplomacy. The Zoltans are buying a gift for the orchids. What the hell is it? It makes light and heat. It's high quality and nice to look at. Up there. We need to hurry. Ask for help. Wow. We get a free ASB just for saying hey. Enjoy mines. Got him. They're not getting away. No. The crew is dead. Yeah, I don't know why random messages would be read. For me, that happens when I get tagged. You have some kind of Twitch mod on? I've never seen that. A large pod drifts by. Organic. Orchid design. We have a flower to tell us about it. A seedling pod made from the strongest of Titan wood. Numerous different things can be in there. We have to open that. A heavy kernel launcher. This weapon uses kernels of giant plants from the Orchid home planet as ammunition. They pierce shields and have a 25% chance of refunding them. This one is the big damage missile. Just big damage to the missile. I'm gonna try to do a missile run, which is unheard of. We're gonna have to dive the sector anyway because of what I've done, so might as well commit to it here. I actually can go here and back and up here, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh no, it was a bomb. Unbelievable. How did we fall for this? I don't think that the rebellion could possibly have managed to fool us that easily. As easily as the game implies that they could. Well, they have no weapons anymore. We win. Space is stupid. Hey, the fire spread this time. Nice. Will they be able to put it out in time? They're allegedly very bad at putting out fires, but they did. They got it. Space is stupid. Well, that sucks. That sucks a lot. We're gonna have to hope for the best on this. I'm in a really bad place for this dive. Ew. Don't break my cameras. Fuck. This world that I live in, man. Come on. Give me a break. Duskbringer or liberated. We need a break. I don't know what liberated means. Space is stupid. Separatists aren't huge friends to the Federation after refused support against the oppressive Harmony trying to stifle them. However, they usually like to keep to themselves. We could have placed some bombs with my thing. I didn't. Miss my opportunity. Because you generate O2, how much damage do you take in the breach? Can you fight a breach? You can. You outwit a breach. That means you're level 202, in fact. That's right, yeah. Level 1 plus whatever we were generating. We gotta destroy this ship. That's a mystery. It's just full of robots. No Howard beam, please. We can't burn the robot. Oh heck. What a burden. I hate these. Is that good? What is this? Orders take damage over time on your ship. The name makes it sound a lot more violent than it is. I'm running out of missiles at real fast pace here because I don't have the extension I wanted to buy because I couldn't get it done. I'm going to switch away from them for a bit. We need to go to these stores here. You need a lot of missiles. 7 with the mine launcher. It's less than usual. There's not a normal store here. That sucks. Come on. Ruins. I need to repair it, damn it. We're gonna take a hit, and we're gonna regret it. Save the drone. No Crimes is dead. Okay, well, that sucks. Sorry. My greed. I needed to see what it is. Again, I'm losing because I just want to see. But I'm not even allowed to see what it is yet. Powerful anti-crew drone that can be switched between defensive and boarding. Double combat damage, increased attack speed, drains oxygen, reveals adjacent rooms. 4 power. I'll have fun selling that. I mean, it sounds good, but good luck getting it online. If it dies, I'll just make another one, so its HP doesn't mean too much to me. If it's worth a crew member or not is determined by if it's worth 50 scrap, which it's not gonna be. I've taken the worthless junk. Drowns out distress signals, can be used to prevent guards from calling ASB backup. I've encountered that a little bit. Oh my god. You got me real fast. Just trying to find a store. Someday. Someday we'll get one. It's alright. It's fine. I'm glad those other stores were fake stores. Hello. I have 5 missiles. I don't care. That deal was terrible. Dr. Drone. Heals friendly crew. Man, level 2 medbay is not that expensive. Holy crap. We'll just do that. Wish I could reopen that menu. It's kind of strange that you can't. I want to try this thing out. We'll sell this. Fire mines. Getting that online is not going to be easy. We are playing on normal though. Hey, thank you very much. That looks right. That's how plans wrench. Greetings, fugitive. Ekman. Fugitive Ekman. Alright. It's the same, it's just defensive. That's what that is. I figured that out. That's why I wanted to check. We still have the good evasion. The timing on that was so bad. Come on. They surrender at 1 HP? No. Cool. That event's about the same as it was. Monk Oasis. Okay. Whatever, man. The Great Eye. We need this quest. Let's visit the Great Eye. Oh man. What kind of nonsense they got this time? Hey. Ha, we gotta do a little dance here. Okay, the way to do this is... There we go. Leave our plant man alone. Nice. Yeah, if they left the Great Eye the way they did before, then they missed an opportunity to improve the game. Because it's on the list of events that you really never should do ever. In a million years should you do that. It's really bad. But I'm gonna go find out. I can't unleash the boarding drone yet because it takes 4 power, and we aren't quite there. I'm there now. We are now capable of atomizing. which is way too expensive, but we're gonna pretend that it's not, and that it's gonna be good. Maybe. It better generate enough scrap to pay for itself after all that. This is not the same event. Sims, thank you for the sub. It came with an ASB cannon planet and an enemy ship. What? Don't even make any sense. Alright. We're going to try this thing out. We're gonna blast that also. We missed. That's bad. It's not strong enough to justify its price. Not even close. That's what I was afraid of. Oh, man. Yeah, this fight's gonna kill us. We're gonna die to some ridiculous crap. Ugh. Events like that are just super unfair. What the hell, dude? Yeah, that drone is not good enough. Like, I need to take a notepad and just write down the balance fixes for this, and they're getting to be numerous. That drone, way too expensive, and that event, overtuned as hell. What do we do now? We don't have any real options here. Yeah, it not only killed a crew member to get that item, it also damaged my ship pretty substantially. It wasn't free by any means. It wasn't worth it at all. If that's the only way to get it, then I would never go after that. That's not worth it at all. If it guarantees a crew kill, it's not that good. It's alright. It can solo a Rockman pretty quick, I guess. Like, it definitely can beat a Rockman one-on-one, so it's the strongest boarder. Sort of. It's very, very sort of. There's a lot of asterisks by that qualifier, but it is pretty strong. You do have to hunt him down while he runs away. It would be better to bring it in with a team, obviously. The more boarders, the better. Boarding is always strong. But it would be a better investment to not spend 4 and a defense drone upgrade or what? Not a drone control upgrade. 4 power and a drone control upgrade need to be bought to get that on, and then you need to get a hold of it. Two would be the upper limit on what you could use, and it really wouldn't even be the strongest boarding team I've ever had or anything. Like, you can do more with a couple of mantises, and a couple of rocks and a fire maker could do more than that does. Yeah, this is on normal. The fact that I haven't won and it's on normal and this is try 3 is indicating that it's overtuned. I don't want to say that it is, but it is being awfully mean for normal. It's definitely harder than it should be, I would say. As somebody who would never lose FTL on normal in my sleep, I could play it without pausing and get a 100% win. This is tough.
Hell yeah, FTL.
Thanks, Bacon Copter. I appreciate it. I don't know why they removed the notches in the HP, but they do have the indicator for the actual health value here, so that's better. But I do miss the notches graphically. They were nice. Also, I haven't unlocked a single other ship yet for some reason. They're being stingy about that. Where do I even see that here? Hold on. I guess I can't from here. No, there's an achievements menu in here somewhere. Just gotta remember where it's at. Well, whatever, I'll do it later. I want to see what I need to do to get new ships, because I'm still stuck with the same two, and it's been a while. They're not unlocking very quickly. Considering how many of them there are, they're kind of locking me out. This ship kind of sucks. I wouldn't play it again. It's the Federation's nonsense. They're all bad, and they continue to be pretty unimpressive to me. A 50-second beam that I can't control. Still lousy. Still don't want that. We're good here. They have a clone bay, but I mean, I'm gonna try again to board, of course. The problem is that I can't turn off their clone bay very easily. Who's on my ship? We're gonna die here to the missiles if I can't do something about them. Yeah, I can't really do much about them at all. Long cooldown on this thing's death. I would say that every time I try to do a gimmick weapon, I get murdered for it. I get punished pretty hard. They're not worth the cost. They definitely think they are. I don't know why. I mean, that slicer would be very good on a team with borders, but it's something so hard to get that there's a very low chance that that's gonna work. It's completely useless by itself. And it's so expensive to get to it. And you have to, if I had a boarding team, I would have to risk the boarding team to go in and get that thing. At least if that's the event that I'm going to get it from. Let's take a look at this. Sector 5. Just in a row. Flagship defeat. Haven't even seen it yet. Haven't gotten anywhere in this yet. Specific quest. Specific quest. Yeah, I mean, I'm not unlocking a single one of these. It's been a couple runs now. This is happening extremely slowly. Snail's pace. Definitely should have hit a couple of these by now, but they are very deep in, it looks like. I'm gonna get off this ship. This ship's lousy. I don't want him. We can go back to this one. This one's pretty decent. I just don't like the Federation's laser beam. It's too slow, and this one's better. It's got breach on it. You still can't aim it though, so I used it a few times and it did what it always does and sweeps the wrong way for 2 damage. So, you know, if that's our ship's bonus, I'd rather start with the Flower Man and the good guns. These are pretty decent guns. This basic ship. This is the Kestrel of this game, sort of. My concern is that it's not going to unlock another ship when I get anywhere with it, because I've already done this one. If I have to play on easy to win, I don't really want to. Like, that's just... It's going to throw money at me in such a way that won't even be interesting to me. I'm already getting more money than I should have. I'm just not using whatever... I mean, there's definitely a meta to this. It's probably using all the money to get free augments, because that's busted. That's something you shouldn't be able to do. They gave me that ability. That's gonna add up really fast. That's probably a huge part of what I'm not really doing with my money. That would be huge. Also getting my defense way higher, way faster than usual with all this money that I'm getting. Because some of these events are just outrageously dangerous. I need to get doors upgraded because the enemy AI has a tech on their dudes that gives them extremely powerful fighting ability. And I also need to get level 3 shields right away because we're just taking so many hits. It didn't feel like it, but we had 40 or 50% dodge for most of I guess it was 40% dodge for most of that run in the end there, and it just wasn't relevant. That's a lot of heckin' dodge. Yeah, I mean, the new content is interesting, but the RNG control is good, but the new stuff is not very well set in. I would change a lot of it. Talking to crew members doesn't seem to do anything. It just seems like lore or something, but I'm not sure. There's so many options, and I have a problem with that menu that the talking to the fellas are in. It's... You can only do one thing and then it goes away forever and you have to get it again on some other node. So it's kind of hard to explore. It feels like I need to learn it. We're gonna draw 3 names, so if you want in there, now's your chance. Join that queue. I'm gonna try another run here. There's blue suit. I'm gonna update my chatter to ignore my new bot too real quick while y'all sign up to join that. We'll see if that works right away. Corinthios just sent me an update. We have our own chat program here. Okay, it shouldn't show up on screen anymore. Scoring. You're a plant now. You have become orchid. What? Test B. I like the plant. It's pretty interesting. I wouldn't worry about the groups. I'm gonna actually remove that from the note. I'll do that right now, because it just confuses people. It's not that interesting of a feature. It's telling you what group you would be in if I pooled a group of people, which I'm currently not doing. I can remove that nonsense. Well, I'm definitely new to the mod, so I don't expect to be crushing it. But I know FTL, and I can't make it very far in this yet. On normal feels bad. The mod is cool though. If you're looking for more content, it's definitely here. Okay, here we go. This thing at the start, the extra weapon is nice. It's a lousy weapon, but it's still an extra gun. Pea shooter that it may be, it makes a big difference at the start. An extra crew member is good too. I don't know what the resource pile is like. I want to find out. It's the weakest option by far, I would say. Wow, that's good. Advanced nav is giving me mapping. It's really good. Long range scanners pay for themselves and they're starting me with them. Okay, let's just do this. No reason to hold on when we got that gun. You can deal with this, please. Maybe. Damn fire. I personally never jump back to previous beacons, so that doesn't mean much to me. It's a waste anytime you have to do that. It means you've messed up. But I guess I never have the option before, so I never really consider it much anyway. The long range scanners though is very nice. A free mantis. Well, again, if you're going back even to a store, you've still messed up. Also, it's pretty hard to go back to a location you've been to anyway. It's just a really mediocre augment that I would never, ever buy. I would always sell it if it were by itself, because it's worth more as 15 scrap than it is as a feature. That's the value that I put on it in regular FTL. Long range scanners pays for itself because you can see encounters and go after the fights. It's worth 100 scrap. Not to mention the safety of avoiding the awful stuff with the weak ships. Slowing the fleet down would just mean I would jump to a better node. One that makes me money. A new one. Let's do it. This guy doesn't have anything special. Hold off on this. Basically, I'm not surprised that they merged that augment because it's worthless, is what I'm saying. Very unsurprising to me that you would merge such a lousy thing so that you don't have to worry about having it. Hey, Marcus, Freemantis joined up. I'll take your ship. Oh well. Just level 87. Wants to fight? I want to see what he says. Nothing. Okay, that's just a waste. That option's a trick. You just need to know better and not pick that option. I wanted to see, though. Hey, nice planet back there. Let's fight. Ship layout's a little strange, but it's mostly good. It's just the center there that's messed up. What you got for me? Yeah, the shield room is the hold up for sure. Like, you can tell just by looking at it that it's weird. Oh, I know about the awful ability that Manus has. I saw that firsthand both ways. This was interesting because that's too expensive to buy. I don't know why I would pay this. Like, you might save some money, not much. I'm not sure what this drone does, but I think that I want to find out. I have this already. This is another case of me making a mistake buying something like that when it's definitely the wrong move. I just want to see what it does. The correct move is probably to sell this and just get the damn shields up. Nah, I've seen the Traveling Merchant. I've learned my lesson. Just like always, defense is where we're going. I don't even want to visit that guy. He's too early. We got Mullet. The nurse. Can go heal the mantis. Alright, let's see here. It's not ready yet, damn. Gonna have to keep an eye on this fight. Mantis is fine. I think I just straight up don't like the multiple variations of the units. And this ability, its cooldown, I want to see what it is for me, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna feel like it needs to be 5 times as long. Like this is too fast, way too fast. This ability is too good, and it's not being that good. It's too strong. I definitely didn't enjoy being hit by 3 of the AI using that over and over again every 10 seconds. That stuff should be once, maybe twice a battle, not every single time you go heal and come back they have it ready again. Here we go. The drones are here. Well, it's more that I need to level up the doors and have an anti-boarding crew ready more than ever. Because those guys were disturbingly powerful. Like, when I say anti-boarding crew, I mean a real anti-boarding crew, not just the basic stuff. There was no stopping those 3. And they came after me after I picked a blue event too. That was mean. Because I had the wrong kind of mantis, we had a game over. I don't think I want to even consider anything in here, but what do you have? That's real busted that he's paying that much for that. This guy's a big stop, actually. Yeah, I'm reading it. There's a lot to learn in here. I'm not ignoring this information. It's all here. I don't agree that blue events shouldn't be a bad thing, but that one was so bad that it caused the game over. I wasn't in a bad place. I was in a place that was feeling pretty damn good actually, and I picked a blue option and then I was murdered for it. That's pretty bad. Blue options are supposed to indicate that they're unique and based on your crew or your guns or something like that. That's all they are. They're not supposed to be every time you pick one you instantly win. But starting a fight with 3 super boarding maniacs and a giant ship with a bunch of guns at the same time, and I think maybe even an ASB cannon, I can't remember. That was mean. that was like the meanest thing an event has ever done to me in this game. And it was based on me being the wrong mantis or something. It was just a trick. It was a gotcha beyond all gotchas. It was super rude. Like there's really no reason for that. That's real dumb. That run was just thrown out into the garbage because of that choice being there. This one is flak, but it's very small spread. Yeah, I'll ask if I really don't understand what's going on. You're basically just reiterating information I know is the problem. I definitely was aware of that skill. I just didn't use it that one time. I'm pretty lazy. Yeah, this fire chance is interesting. So this fires a very small spread flak, which is good, sort of, with a big chance for fire. Doesn't damage the hull is good. Good for spreading fire. I think I am interested in this. This one I'm less interested in. Because I'm assuming that it will only start a fire when it actually gets through the shields. It's still good though. I think I'm more interested in the other one. This mod seems really interested in making fire worthless though. There's at least 3 sections I've been to that are bad for it, and only one that's benefiting from it more than usual. Which is disappointing to me. Biggest fan of fire. Notorious. Here's the anti-crew beam. It's the same damage as the regular one. Trying to figure out what's different about it. It might just be longer. It might actually just be the same beam. It seems about the same. I don't see a difference really. I'm not a big fan of the anti-bio beam, but it has its purpose, I guess. I hate this thing. This is new. What's this? Cross lasers are one of the few weapons locking down the room. It's the crystal. I'm not sure how I would use this. Yeah, it's the crystal weapon. It locks the room out in a permanent way that blocks me and them in the same room, so it's bad for boarders. I would combine it with fire probably, because they would want to leave the room, but you have to be careful because you're gonna destroy the ship. Usually the goal of fire is to kill the crew, which is why a lot of these new fire weapons aren't really appealing to me. That mine launcher was neat, but it's gonna blow up the ship. Well, I'll put this out there that y'all are more annoyed with Gecko's advice than I am, but it's definitely my policy to not flood information either. I don't need it. I'm reading it. I'll figure it out, or I'll die and ask what happened. I'm gonna buy this one. I've read all 6 of these guns at this point. Two of them are old. Actually, 3 of them are old. The breach bomb's also old, really good, but the same, it looks like. And of these new ones, I want to try out the particle beam. Which is extremely nice looking. Also, it only costs 1 power. It's brutal. I didn't even notice that. I just assumed it was 2 because it should be 2. It's just, if this thing is as good as it sounds, it should be 2 or 3. But I'll use it and we'll find out. I don't think it can hit shields, but that's fine. That doesn't matter to me, but if it can hit shields, it would be even meaner than I think it is. I don't think it can. We'll find out. NG crew free. I need another weapon point. This mod adds a bunch of everything. It honestly would be faster to look up the mod than for me to talk about everything it has added. It's just the word overhaul is what it is when they do this kind of stuff. It's like what Florins did to Warband. We don't deal with slavers here. We're gonna turn this off and this on and see what happens. The Orchid is being ripped apart by the superpowered mantis. Okay, I want to see... Yeah, see that spread? That's what I was talking about. It's got... like, I think it said 15 spread on it or something, but that's what that is. It's so tiny. It fits into a single room, so I don't understand why it even has a radius at all. I guess it just spreads the fire out a little differently. Maybe that's why. That's probably why, because it needs to hit different tiles. It's going to be random. The way flak works is hard to explain. Like, that's going to duplicate the fire in the same square, probably, which is bad. That's where the problem is going to come from. This does not pierce shields, like I thought, so definitely it's just a fire beam sort of weapon. Going to be used the same way. Let's check this out. This thing is out of control. Yeah, it is too damn strong. We're gonna be able to do this to everybody for a while at least. This guarantees a crew kill, which is extremely valuable. It's overpowered as hell. Why does it only cost 1 power? I don't know. I'll take advantage of it though. The fact that it's preventing... Not only is it not doing hull damage, but it's preventing it. It's way too strong. And it only costs 1 power. All we have to do is get rid of the shields 1 time, and then it's over. The fight is complete. That's the way it is, because we're gonna light a fire in the shield room and also hit the shield room 3 times with that gun. So the shields are already gonna be, if they're level 4 shields, like if they're the worst case, level 4, level 5 shields, they're gonna be knocked down to level 2, and they're gonna be on fire. And in 10 seconds, we're gonna shoot it again. So that's what that weapon's doing, and then after the shields are gone, we can start a fire in any damn room we want. Hey, we saved this mantis somehow by by burning the whole ship. He's also a super mantis. Sophie, you are Mullet, the medic. Aaron, you are Solid, the mantis. For those unaware, killing the crew used to, at least, and probably still does, based on what I'm seeing, give you a better roll of items. You have a better list, which involves getting crew often to pull from as a victory reward, so it's always worth going for. You like crew. Once your crew is full, it's not as worthwhile, but you still get better money, usually. Once your crew is maxed out, it starts to get a little redundant and bad for you. Fix the drone. Nice. Just shop. There's nothing here for me. We can't let pirates waltz. Oh, they're slavers. They're dead. That's not pirates. That's slavers. They must die. Well, that's one. Wait, where's it going? I mean, there's definitely a thing is too powerful, and this is it. This really, it wouldn't be busted. I mean, it wouldn't be out of place to put 3 energy on this requirement. I don't think I like how strong it is. It's too strong. It's boringly strong. It's a fire beam without the fire beam setup requirement. This kind of stuff just needs to be balanced. It just can't be left this way, or it's going to completely remove the choice if you're actually trying to win on what weapon to buy. He called me Bucko. This is the particle beam level 1, implying that there's better ones. It would have been wiser to use the regular burst because I would have actually gotten through it. Pierce is bad for that reason. Yeah, I gotta switch guns here because Pierce doesn't blend with anything. It never does. I was slow. Well, not really. It was just badly timed. That's not how FTL works, though. You can't say that. Sector 1 is supposed to be as hard as the rest of the game. You can't just give them a pass on that. It should never be. I mean, it doesn't... How is this going to get worse? Most weapons aren't... No, I mean, that's just not true. Like, I've played this mod enough now to also know that that's not true of any of the other weapons I've seen this early either. Why would they make Sector 1 easier anyway? That's a mistake, too. They should change that as well. FTL is supposed to be hard the whole way through. This weapon is outrageous. How is it going to get worse? They're going to be fire immune. That's the only way it could get worse. And even then, I don't even need the fire. That's just a bonus for what it's doing to these guys. I could do this to Lelanius. The amount of damage it's doing to their systems is out of control. It's almost free. What is this thing? It's big. 4 power. Chain effect. 999 chains, huh? These weapons feel so hacky. I wouldn't put these in. It's gonna be hard to get that online too. had to decide what I want to do with my resources here. Orchids. Attack the guard. We win. Become space dust. That's right. Hey, we got a new weapon. Sort of want to grab the scrap recovery arm. All of this stuff. And level 3 shields. And I need to get one more energy for my weapons, which I can do now. In case of an emergency. These are not the guns we want to blend with that. What in the heck, man? They're giving me so many weapons. This one is... Okay. Corn's alright. I like corn. I bought a bunch of corn today. They were selling it 8 for $2 or something. Girlfriend wouldn't let me buy 16 corn, but I would have. Corn on the cob in its unhusked state, you can just... Space is stupid. You can just throw it in the oven and at 350 degrees for 30 minutes and it'll cook it and you can just pull it right back out. It'll be really sweet and good and well cooked evenly. It'll be baked in there. It's really sweet. Easiest thing to cook that there is. Just turn on oven, cook, pull out oven. Love corn. It's really good. It's really well made that way. It won't be super grilled or anything. It'll be hot, steamy, and evenly cooked that way. I've started to eat a lot of corn because of this new method and how exciting it is to cook corn this way. It does take like 40 minutes, but, you know. The orchid is yelling. Oh, okay. I gotta tell you, these blue options that don't give you anything are strange. These events are so boring. I guess in that case we were prevented from doing bad damage. But like... I think they missed the point of these events. They're not supposed to be just, did you know the lore? I don't like it anyway. I mean, they can do whatever they want, I guess. But the original purpose was not, did you know the lore of FTL? It's, would you like to take a risk for a reward? And those weren't always well balanced, but at least that's what they usually were. Well, I could have picked the flowers anyway, but I don't know any better. It's not like it told me what it was going to do, and it does nothing. That's really lame. To do nothing at all as the good option, implying that the other option is pure bad. It sounds like a waste of time to even ask me. I do say that about the blue options in the base game. Don't worry, I don't think they're all good. Those ones are pretty obviously avoiding a fight, though, when it says run away. Let's investigate. We won't stand for this. There's nothing we can do. One of FTL's biggest problems has always been, if you knew the events in advance, they were biased, and you would always pick the right option every time. That's really lame design. It's one of its worst faults. Some of the choices in that game are properly risk and reward like they freaking should be. The ones that aren't suck a lot. No fire this time, but we did shut their guns off completely. Yeah, you can fight giant alien spiders at great personal risk. Like, extremely likely to lose your whole crew doing too many of those. But if you have a clone bay, it's completely without risk at all, actually. You lose like 10% of your skill, or you gain some scrap. It's such an obvious choice if you know the answer. And it's pointless at that point. You either know it or you don't, and you're ready for it, or you don't do it. How's that fire treating y'all? More kernels. The problem is that they're hiding the information on the choices a lot. And they're really gone nuts with some of these rewards, and some of them are just empty. Kill these brutal missionaries. No, they're immune to fire. We ain't doing that. We'll do it, if they insist. Gotta stop my pilot from blowing up my ship. It's extreme something, I'll tell you that. I am not sure if all the shops have a gimmick or not. I think that maybe there's a way to just shop there and I don't have to fight, but I'm not really sure. I'm not clear on that yet. I definitely missed regular shops. I don't like how many of them are unique, and they don't seem to be very good for me most of the time. If I do the gimmick that's at the shop, it seems like I miss the regular shop, which is not what I want most of the time. We're gonna suffocate these guys, obviously. It's gonna take forever, but they can't do anything about it. That was good. I double resisted. They're doomed. This is why this gun is out of control. Look how good it is. Against fire immune enemies, they don't care. It don't matter. It's so powerful. Their whole ship is offline. They need a huge crew to stop this. Anyway, we don't get our store after all. Whoops. I went halfway in on being nice to them to try and get through and get to the store, and I just should have not. That's still a good option. Yo, Roper. Welcome. You're gonna be on shields, Roper. Ah, this mod's alright. I don't think it's gonna last me through all of the content that it has, because I think it has too many problems for me. But I'm exploring it until then. We'll engage alone this time. I'm not sure why we wouldn't just use the ASB. It seems like an obvious bonus, but there probably is a reason, presumably. Oops. It's a really unintuitive system, what they've done with the stores. I feel like the stores overall have been better. When I actually get to shop, they have been improved from FTL's chance that you would never find a weapon the entire run stores that they had. The slugs want to discuss. Press the option to agree. Well, whatever. ASB? That's fine. Whatever, we'll burn them out. The ASB has missed. That's really the only threat here. Where are you going? Okay, we got the mashed potatoes. Uh-oh. I'm mad. Let's get him with the big guns. I just like that. They missed again. We can probably burn them again, since they missed. Yeah, let's get out of here. It's not worth it. They missed again. Whatever. I don't know why we're getting so lucky on that. Hey. Honestly, we don't need the O2 turned on at all. We can just cheat with our plants and turn it off forever because we have 2 of them now. It's a crazy amount of O2. Here we go. That breach don't mean nothing to me. This is an opportunity to finish guns. Sultan Shield. Slave drivers. Likely that this won't do anything. I'm gonna try anyway. We'll get through it regardless. Yeah, the amount that the plants are putting out in terms of oxygen is extremely high. I don't really need O2 energy at all because they're here. They're honestly, again, I hate to keep saying overtuned, but you don't really need to micro them or anything to take advantage of that main feature. And they have a second feature that you do need to micro, but I mean, okay, I'll do that. Oops. We gotta kill the NG first. Having trouble with that mission. No fire's getting lit. Basically, just one plant being on board seems to mean that breaches don't matter very much unless there's like 6 of them. Thanks, Rum. That's me. Let's spread that fire out here a little bit. I'm concerned that they're fixing the shield room, but they're gonna stop that now. We're getting free dodge. I mean, that doesn't sound like it balances them to me. You just need one. Just having one on board is all you need. I'm not saying you should have an army of these guys. Hey, don't fix that. He gave up. This game is on Steam. Oh, Genius Art Simulator. I've seen that, actually. Hey. We did it. Another orchid. Again, like, this isn't what I want in terms of crew. This is pretty weak now, I think. I just want one of these. 2 is overkill, and 3 is ridiculously unnecessary. This is a weak team, in my opinion. Pepperoni. From space. He actually is real. That's interesting. That's fine too. There's a Lanius. Why don't y'all just go take care of that for me? with your busted super skills, and we'll deal with these guys directly. Anyway, yeah, the Lanius and the Breach don't mean anything because we have hacks. We have air hacks. It's fine. I'm gonna break that before it's too late. The amount of damage I'm inflicting with such few shots is out of hand. I like how there's fire in rooms with no O2 just permanently. Because we set fire faster than oxygen can deprive it of existence. I don't know what the shell domain is, let's find out. Oh. Why do they have such an ominous theme if they're friendly? Ion storms are annoying, but bad, would be. Bad for everybody. We're winning though, so it's over. I have a very low power need, so it's good for me. I still took a little damage though. They have a backup battery, which helped them out for a little bit. What is this? They have poison on their ship. We're floating too much. Protect the shell. Welcome north of the shell. Speaking of busted powers, one slug on your ship makes a big difference sometimes. Sorry, Pepperoni, but I think you're the odd plant out here. Enjoy space. No, you are the plant. Y'all made a big mistake here. Coming on over. Slug Clansman. Deploys an anti-bio bomb that damages crew in the room, becomes immobile and damage resistant. That's gross. Hopefully they don't drop that. Oh. Just walk in, give him a big ol' heal. It's fine. Okay, Noto, let's see what you're gonna do for me here. Door snail. Take double damage from lack of air. Well, we got you covered. Takes less damage in combat. Combusts violently, taking heavy self-damage and damaging nearby crew. Slowly regenerates afterwards. It's another active ability. How much damage are we talking? Half their life. I'll let them hit me there. Just messing around reading the descriptions. Yeah, it's pretty sweet animation. That's the kind of stuff that this mod is good at, for sure. How these slugs doing over there, do you think? Oh, they died somehow. Weird. That's strange. What happened? Oh. Apparently these slugs just really like fighting the shells. You daring to come aboard again? That's your business. Anyway, all of your guns are offline, which is just a tremendous amount of damage to be able to put out front. There's a breach and a fire in there. They don't have any systems. They're just finished. Damn you! We have an error maker. And now we have Lauren the Snail. I don't think that we need 2 of these. I just wanted to see what it was. We really don't need 2 plants either. 1 is fine. 2 is... I don't even need my O2 turned on ever. I barely need it turned on with 1. Yeah, we need new guns. The guns that are alongside of the fire are really bad. They need changed. But the particle beam by itself can't win currently. Yeah, I think back to space with you. Crystal are harder to suffocate, not Rockman. I'm curious if the heal will heal my friend here. Yes, it will. Gross. They're under the impression, because of the way the AI works, that they need to go after the O2, I think. Ah. That's already ready again. Damn. That's super good. I'm gonna break this next. I'm not impressed with this laser unless it can pierce with its damage. For 4 power, whatever, I'd rather have the glaive beam. Just, it'd be almost the same. It starts with pretty alright damage, I guess. Its charge time is awful, and its power cost is ridiculous. I don't even know where to shoot this anymore. What's going on over here? There we go. I can't find the store. I'm really trying to. Well, the thing about that is, the glaive beam is already pretty crappy for a damage laser. It takes forever and it costs 4. It's not as... It's slower than this, though. Core power is awful. That's really... Unless this game enabled me an ability to get more weaponry, and it doesn't look like they did. Unless there's some way to get 9 power. 8 power is a big restriction. You can't just throw 4 power on something and call it a day. It's very bad to put 4 power into something most of the time. I'm trying to find the store, but it's just not here. It might be up here. Might as well check. I mean, there's value up there anyway. I'm interested. I agree. Oh no, they're leaving. They're gonna get away, most assuredly here. And they're gonna hurt me too. They're gonna be the first ones to hurt me in a while. But they are absolutely gonna break through a little bit. We might be able to stop them, maybe. Just a little bit more here. Nice. That'll probably do it. They're repairing fast. There's a couple ways to slow down piloting, but mostly it's just damaging the engines or stopping the pilot. Nice paint job. Professor Shelley. You're not anything special. That's disappointing. Oh, they can just live where they live. We don't need a professor. We need warriors. Here's an opportunity, maybe. Okay. The slug's uninterested in money. We'll never get to use a store. Stores are illegal. We banned them. Come on. No cloak. Cool. You got a deal. You backseat too much, Cerebral. It's all good. I'll blow it up or not. It's alright if I don't find out about that. This is ridiculous. We can finally sell our corn. Though honestly, at this point the corn is better than these, almost. This is not gonna get used, there's just no way. Wish I had better anti-shield guns. We had all those ion weapons before and I can't find any. I'll try out this thing. Decoy boys sounds good. We're looking for system damage, not really hull damage. Decoy boys is tempting, but I think if I have the full map, I won't need it. Lots of shields on this thing. Ooh. I missed. I bungled. We didn't dodge even one of those 6 shots at 40% odds. That's the FTL I know. Now 8. Okay, we dodged one time. Oops. Nice. I have a lot of scrap. And don't really have a need to do anything with it. Dodge is kind of a waste. Level 4 shields would be fun. We can get some accelerated shot speed and some of those augments. I have a 4th weapon that I would like to get on. I think that's the thing to do. Just in case. Thank you. We'll fight this. Shooting a lot of garbage at me. We are really bad at evasion in this. Cool. Some stuff. There's that chain heavy. I disagree. I would call it overcomplicating it. I don't like the alternate types at all. They're not visually distinct enough, and their abilities are really silly. This one I wanted to look at because it was shooting at me at the start of one of my runs and it hurt a lot. Yeah, there's definitely more races, but I don't feel like the multiple races abilities are helping out when they're split in half. It's too much. That's pretty fast. No, they're not. That's not accessible at all, I can tell you that. Maybe the colorblind options would help with that. But I have to highlight them myself to tell the difference, and I've been using the special mantises for a while here. There's like 8 different colors on some of those. The Engis, I think, are because the Engis are brown. If the mantis was wearing a different hat, it actually would be. I think some of the slugs actually were wearing hats. The soldiers are dressed in black, and the nurse is obvious. The humans, it is. I don't think I want to buy anything here. Yeah, this is just the triple shot missile launcher. Don't need anything here. Wasn't planning on shopping or anything anyway. Just spent all my money on gun. We'll fight these. This music is alright. It's not, you know... Yeah, there's the cowboy slug. It's not Ben Prunty's music, I don't think, but it's still good enough. That way we can measure up to that anyway. Here we go. You don't need that med bay anyway. So evasive. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Mine's off the screen. Gracie, the Shell Guardian, which I definitely can't tell. I mean, is it just brown and maybe bigger than mine? Takes less damage. Takes more self-damage, but does 30 crew damage rather than regenerating. Fortifies itself. This just seems complicated. We ain't worrying about that. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot this. Oh. Well timed. That's bad news for my pilot, actually. These guns are like designed specifically to mess up the player. Oh, that wasn't a full heal. Slug Dominion. No. That's why you don't sit in the med bay. He got a big cloak. That'll give him something to do. Come on. Ozzy. ASB is joining. Let's get rid of that cloak. Anyway, while the ASB is firing at us, we're gonna run a salvage mission. We don't need these. Okay, the ASB left. Look at this map. I need to get to the store and get a better weapon. It still needs to happen. Or hacking needs to happen, something like that. We're not in great shape anymore. This is the same mission, but they changed the races on it. It's the same, they just changed the dialogue. Well, we can hang out now. Load up William Yards again. Space is stupid. Where'd my friend go here? Sensors indicate he's here. Long way to go. Nice ship. Ow. At least they're too dumb to use the skill. Got a bunch of weird garbage coming at my ship now. Yeah, this is a very slow-paced run. Oh, they got the Crystal Revenge garbage coming in. That sucks. can go back up here. You're done. Nah. Ain't getting that. These are just pirates. Crystal Revenge isn't very good against the way I'm fighting anyway. We're not actually after damage. Cool. Yeah, I mean it is worth 40 scrap, so you know it's not worthless. It's a good sell. Another battle. This one looks like such a tepid ship. Game's still rolling the same old, most ships are harmless, and then you run into the behemoth every once in a while ship. We haven't run into a behemoth for a while. I'm waiting for it. They don't fix that. Crystal ship is really good, and part of it is because of that being worth so much money. Delaying the fleet 2 jumps when I have the whole map is pretty good. I'll do that. We have to jump around here anyway. I'll finally use that advanced jumper. These slugs seem trusty enough. How come we don't have our poison immune friend this time? Alright. Hector Merchandiser. I want the tech. I love the panic button. And into the breach. Yeah, press it. It's getting late anyway, let's end the run. We're still okay. Yeah, I figured. It runs way too slow. I'm not interested in it. It's basically the way it's going. Either I'm gonna find a way to punch the shields some, or we're gonna lose. If I find a way to punch the shields, we instantly win, because that weapon, unless they did something ludicrous, that weapon is out of hand. It's too strong. You couldn't nerf that weapon enough. That weapon should have 4 power on it. Like, it's just so good. Why does it only cost 1? It's obscene. But yeah, part of my reason for doing that was how boring that was. It was just taking forever. The pace is really slow in this, and it's not helped by that. Spaces, 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 stupid. Thank you.
Dang.
Having it be a single shot thing that did 4 system damage is still too strong. I mean, I can be annoyed. I mean, I can be mad about the panic button being as boring a thing as it was. It's just another thing that you don't mess with. It's ending a roguelike run that takes an hour or 2 as a joke. That's no fun. It is what's advertised, but it's still lame as hell. I wanted to make sure that it was, and there's only one way to truly find out. There's like a 5% chance that it isn't that, and I had to know. I don't think it's very interesting or funny. I think it's a really boring way to do it. I was also curious how much damage it would actually do. I just wanted to see. Yeah, it should have a completely random result. Or, you know, not completely instant death. I was expecting 5 damage or instant death as the 2 things it would do. It would have been more interesting if it did anything else. I think it blowing you up and instantly killing you is the most boring and obnoxious thing that could possibly do in the entire world. It doing nothing would be more interesting in a very real way than having it kill you, especially after it warns you like 7 times not to press it. It doing anything else would have been funnier. I didn't beat this tonight. I was really thinking that I would, but just can't get a run going that I like. I really don't like that I haven't unlocked any ships. Like, what's the holdup? Why is it so hard to do? Give me some unlocks already. Why can't I find these quests or whatever they want? I gotta go kill the flagship, I suppose, to do it. I hate this ship. We're gonna have to deal with its gimmick. I think that's part of it, is that I was playing the ship that's much better in general. Just on average, it's gonna do a better job. I was doing this one and I lost a couple times. This ship is just the Federation ship again. It's just the same thing. I visit the exclamation marks as soon as I can, but they are extremely hard to unlock. I mean, you were here yesterday telling me that it would be fast, but if I were playing FTL regular from start, I would have unlocked like 10 ships by now in 5 runs. Yeah, the beam can breach. That's the only difference. Winning a run is a very long condition for one. This is really slow. The vanilla unlocks are not obscure because you're almost guaranteed to run into 3 or 4 of them on one campaign. It's super easy to find a homeworld. Getting any specific one might be tough. But I'm still stuck with 2 ships after 8 hours of this. And that sucks, because I hate this one, and the other one's alright. But I don't want to play it anymore. We have like 30 pages of ships, and I can't get a single one of them. Yeah, the Fed ship is mid-tier at best. It's really boring. I mean, what do you like about it? Its layout is terrible. Door-wise. The beam is random and expensive. And yeah, I don't like this thing at all. It is better that it breaches. I mean, I'd never have liked this beam. It always betrays me too. It's too random. I mean, being able to aim it would be busted strong. It wouldn't be as busted as the weapon I just had, but I don't ever invest in this because I think it's a boring little weapon. So we end up with just the crew that we start with. It's not free damage. It's 1 power. And it's 50 seconds. If you're in a fight for 50 seconds, things are not going well. And at the end of the game, I typically don't have power to spare on this thing. It's real situational at best. Sometimes I use it when I'm really having a bad time getting through the shields, because it guarantees damage. But it's very likely that it's going to do 2 damage and turn 2 systems yellow, and that's all it's going to do. It seems like it almost intentionally does that too. It seems like I can never get this beam to hook me up with the correct shot. Well, I'll definitely play some more of this. I'm just annoyed with how slow it's going. It feels like it's got a very slow pace. And most of the weapons are pretty lame. And then there's a couple that are just... What are they so strong for? That gun I was using shouldn't exist. There's no way that I can say that gun was okay. That gun was soloing everything I was fighting. I had the most basic garbage weapons to back it up, and that was all I needed. I just needed to punch through the shields. We're not talking about the mod, though. We're talking about this ship we're looking at right now, which is mostly the same. Right? Like, what's different about it in this mod? The beam is slightly better. It's still lousy and random. We start with better crew, I think. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't remember what the crew you start with on this Federation A is. That soldier guy's pretty good. And the Zoltan's always nice. I would say the NG is better than this soldier, personally. This beam on this ship definitely breaches a lot, which is good. Weird, but good. It's very strange that it does that. But the potency of that is pretty strong. I still don't want to use it much. I'm sure that there are more interesting ships in this mod than the Federation's garbage. With this many pages, there's like no way that this thing is even in the top 50. I don't believe that for a second. There's no way. And I can tell you, in my own and the experience of some really good FTL players, that the Federation ships are just not contenders for the top spots in the vanilla game at all. I'm not seeing that though. I'm really not. You're not the first one to say that all the weapons across the board are stronger, but they're really not. Like, a lot of them are exactly the same. And then there's a weapon like the one I was just using that is so good. Is so much better than the rest. It really stood alone. I mean, it cost nothing. It had 1 power cost. It started fires with 60% accuracy 3 times at once. It broke systems like nobody's business. I've never seen a weapon break systems like that before. It really was like I was dropping fire bombs with infinity bombs. Almost. It was out of hand. Yeah, I'm not being critical for no reason. I'm just giving my opinion on what these things feel like. I'm prone to change my mind, but from what I've seen so far, that weapon I just used needs to be deleted. There's almost no way to save it. You have to remove the fire element of it, or I think if it only did system damage, it would be still too strong for 1 power. Like, it should do the same system damage and cost 2, and not set fires, and not be able to go through shields like it does currently. That's the kind of change you would need to do to make that weapon match up with all of the other weapons that I've seen. That weapon was obscene, and it's only the level 1 of it. I can't imagine what the upgraded version of that is like. If that one is that strong? Entirely possible that part 2 is worse. That's the case in some of the FTL stuff. Regular. It implies that the shot is bigger, but it can't really be much bigger than that. Because the system is like completely destroyed and there's a fire there. It's wild stuff. I haven't seen any other weapons that were truly as interestingly busted as that. I've run into a couple at this point that I don't really understand. We had the border that took a crew member to get and 7 hull damage. That cost 4 energy. That, I mean, he was strong. He certainly was strong, but that cost is so high, and it is nowhere near as strong as that weapon. I think that it was practically guaranteed to start a fire is definitely a problem, yeah. That would fix it. Fire is has always been a random kind of thing. You can't really just start one. Even if you used like the fire beam or something that is supposed to be really reliable for it. There have been times where you could fire a fire beam and you wouldn't get a single tile. And that happened to me with that gun, because it only does 3 tries on it, and it's 60%, but it didn't happen much, and I could just fire again right away, because the shields were already gone. It did system damage as well. As long as it hit the ship, it was still doing something. And that's what I'm saying. It's doing like 4 guns work in 1 shot. If I had 2 of those and a way to get rid of the shields, like an actual way, instead of... What did I have? The guns I started with. I couldn't find any other ones. I would just do that. I would just double up on those guns. Yeah, this mod seems really hard and slow. It's got some stuff that I think is a little overtuned, and it's got some choices that I don't agree with. And I think it might be because the start is supposed to be really easy in this mod, but I don't agree with that, and I think that's part of why I feel like it's slow. I feel like I'm not being challenged until I'm in Sector 4, and then all of a sudden I can instantly die. And I don't like that at all. That pacing feels really weird. You're supposed to be able to lose in the first jump sometimes if you mess up. Yeah, the Mantis Blue event that I got hit by was ridiculous. I don't agree with that design philosophy at all. I don't really care about the panic button killing me, that's whatever, you know. That's just a joke. I don't like it. I don't think it's funny, but it's just a joke. The Mantis Blue event, that was garbage. I have about 800 hours in this game, I think, is what I was saying. Between, maybe more on my other account, actually. Not as much as some people. I don't remember what the Great Eye did to me, but I didn't agree with that either. The Mantis was worse. Was it the Mantis that did that? No, it was the Mantis Guard. I went to the Mantis colony to say hello, and they told me they were my friends, and then I picked the option that looked friendly, and I guess the Mantis that's on my ship is illegal, so... Oh yeah, they had the other thing that I don't like. The Mantis borders. They got 3 Mantis borders for free, and they were upgraded with that skill that gives them exceptionally good movement and damage. And I was in a good place, but I lost because they had an ASB backup. They had a ship, and they had that on all the time, constantly, no cooldown almost on it. It was so fast. Yeah, I understand the concept of why the blue option was bad. I think it's really dumb. That's all. They pretended to give me a blue option so that they could give me a really bad fight. A fight that is a level beyond what would be okay as a bad occurrence, is what they gave me. They tricked me. I don't think the trick was fair. It's a trick that's only ever gonna get on me one time, which is boring. And it was super mean. I'm not saying that all blue options should be good, but the way they phrased everything was nonsense. I was just getting ready to raid you, Author Blues. Blue options were never ever always good. But that was just a trick. It was dirty, and it's a boring way to do quests. How you doing, Kate? I don't want to see the Bishop Mantis. I agree with the people who are saying that there's too many variants of the units. I don't like it. I don't think it's interesting. More isn't always better, and I think in that case it isn't. Blue options have never been always better. That's never been a thing. Slocknog rules. I mean, I knew the lore though. It just didn't make any sense. The Mantis thing wasn't even the big problem. Them attacking me is just another event, whatever. The scope of their attack was ridiculous. It took me a long time to find Slocknog when I was intentionally looking for him. As a joke, it took me like 200 hours. I would go to every single slug nebula that there was. He just wasn't there. I don't know what the deal was. It took forever. And then when I found him, he had weak stats. Yes, he who didn't feel like maxing them out. There are blue options in game that are weak. The blue option to use cloaking to run away from the ship doesn't really hurt you, but it's weak. It hurts you in the sense that you lost some resources because you avoided a fight. Typically, you don't want to do that. It sounds like you just need to memorize the events. That's not. I mean, I would pick the blue option to see what happened, and I'd be trolled for it. Basically, is what that sounds like. It doesn't sound very interesting. It just sounds like vanilla FTL again, where you memorize every event, and then you don't make the mistake. I see where you're coming from, though. I don't like memorized events. I was talking about it earlier. I don't agree with that, and that's one of the FTL's biggest problems. Is that if you really want to be good at it, you just need to know what every single event's opportunities are, and they don't tell you. Some of them are definitely worse risk than reward, and you never pick the bad option. Those ones are stupid. That's not gameplay, though. Like, I don't understand the value in having a check that makes sure that you read the text. Like, whatever. I knew that they didn't get along. I didn't know that the blue option would set them off. And now that I know, I won't ever do it again unless I have the right Mantis. That's all it is. That's not interesting either way. It was not interesting when it killed me, and it won't be interesting next time when I take advantage of it. Is what I'm saying. It's a non-choice. The blue options are there usually to reward you for bothering to have the system in place, that's all. Just having the option that they give you. Yeah, the two events that got me today really messed me up. In terms of, they did a lot. They took like 25 health away from me. I had level 3 shields and a whole lot of dodge and all that, you know. Going in pretty strong, rolling in deep, and getting crushed by the counter attack of that event. It's not even, I mean, I just think it's not even the blue option part of it. Though I do disagree with that. It's that it's a boring choice. It's not really a choice at all. It's just a knowledge check. It's a waste of time. I think that kind of thing is killing the pacing of this. And I mean, again, it is one of my big complaints with vanilla FTLs as well, because they do it too. Compared to Into the Breach, which I was talking about, it doesn't really have anything like that. It's all, you know what you're doing, you know what you're getting into, you know what the risk and reward are. They don't give you very many things that they don't let you know what's going on. All of the choices are clear cut. I like that way better. For balance. This game's one that likes to do risk and reward choices, but that's not what some of those are. What's really annoying about the Mantis option, again, is how ridiculous their counterattack was. We really got punished hard for picking that. It was like 3 sectors ahead of where we were in terms of lethality. And if that's the way that ship was normally, then that's fine. I guess, if they're supposed to be that dangerous. Oh, there's a lot of ASB and stuff in this one. I'm glad to see that missiles don't seem to be as big of a problem. At least I haven't run into them. The ASB is kind of making up for that. But I've been really lucky dodging the ASB for some reason. Maybe it has less than 100% hit rate on it or something. How many races are in this? I don't think I've seen them all yet. Having variety is fine if they are sensible and you can tell the difference between them at a glance and all that. I can't, personally. Not yet, anyway. The unit abilities, the actives, there's a lot of them. There's always been FTL Micro, it's always been there. But the unit abilities have been super strong. Yeah, I think graphically this is really good. That's definitely on point. The new music is alright. I'm not thrilled about the new music. It's not great, but it's alright. The graphics are great. I like the paint jobs and the backgrounds. UI changes are good. I don't want to learn and move on when you have this much content because it's going to take forever. This is why I was saying I probably wouldn't make it through all of it. Because when you say learn and move on, what you're actually saying is game over and try again, and it just takes forever. I don't think it's a very interesting way to blow up my ship. I didn't want to fight those guys, and they made me do it. Comparing it to vanilla when I don't think vanilla is fair either isn't the greatest. There are definitely mods that fix vanilla's balance. There's so many things wrong with vanilla's quest lines. We can open up a couple at random and just look at them. They're so... Some of them are just truly one option every time. And you really don't have any way to know until you look it up. Because they never tell you. Intelligent life form on a planet. That's one of them. Option 1 is investigate. You may get an NG and some resources. Option 2 is nothing. Nothing ever happens. Or you lose a random crew member. Option 3 is you just get out of here. The 3 options. So option 1 is you can try to get some free stuff with no risk. And option 2 is you probably will die or nothing will happen. This is FTL vanilla. This is the kind of decision that they put in the game that's obviously wrong. It's just pure bad. I hate that one so much. I hate that kind of choice. That's such a wall of learning. That is why people have such a hard time learning this game, and I hate it. It wouldn't be like that. It's a really lousy way to stop new players. It wouldn't be so bad if it were evenly balanced on risk and reward, but it isn't. There. Sometimes it is, but there's so many like that. So I don't like to see more of that. There is a lot of content in this, and they're pretty good at telling me about it. I wish I could highlight the guns on the enemy ship and see what they are, because I'm having a hard time with that. It took me a long time to learn visually what the guns are in FTL vanilla, and there really aren't that many. There is a blue option if you bring a slug that, for that mission that almost guarantees the NG. I think it does guarantee the NG. Like, it's good. You bring a slug and you're guaranteed to get the reward, basically, is all it is. So, again, it's the same as option 1 with better odds. It's... I'm just hanging on. I'm probably not going to do another run. But I don't mind chatting for a bit. I am having fun with this mod, to be clear. I just don't like these things that I'm complaining about. I think that there are some guns that are just way out of hand. I'm going to keep on playing this one for a bit. You'll probably see me playing it next week some more. I'm definitely not going to stop until I get a win on hard mode with no pausing, as it should be. I don't know what the flagship has in store for me, though. We'll see. Yeah. If you're good at vanilla FTL, part of that is absolutely going to be you don't mess with the Great Eye. If you see a station that's abandoned, you don't go in there. Anything that can kill a crew member, giant alien spiders, and you don't have a clone bay, you just have a list of like the 10 quests that can just steal a guy away from you, and you never take that risk ever. That's part of playing FTL vanilla. I really feel like, I mean, maybe I need to just keep playing it, but I feel like if I haven't gotten anywhere near a run yet, and I haven't, after 4 or 5 tries, I gotta say this feels harder than vanilla, especially on normal. I don't know what hard mode's like, even. I'm not surprised that Alien Spiders has been reworked. Again, you couldn't make it worse. Like, anything that you did to that mission is better. There's almost no way to make it worse than extremely high chance that it will kill your crew, or you'll get a small amount of scrap. That is what it is. That's that quest. It sucks a lot. If you use the blue options on that, you get even less money. It's actually bad to use the blue options on that stupid thing, I think. It sucks. It's all around. You just hate to see it. Like, it's just bad. It's a really bad event to encounter. The best reward is almost nothing, and the worst reward is a clone bay guy dies and you lose some skill and you don't get anything. You're almost better off ignoring it every time you run into it, unless you have a clone bay. Yeah, if you use the boarding drone, you get low scrap. If you have the bio beam, you get high scrap. That's what it is. Just this weapon that you never have, usually. I mean, I don't tend to carry that one around much. I like to kill the crew, but I don't like to do it with that weapon. The damn spiders. Yeah, I mean, it says high, but I don't believe that. In my experience, it's not been high. High amount of scrap. Maybe I'm just overestimating. Maybe I always hit it early on or something. But I hardly ever get much out of it. I usually get like 20 scrap and like a drone part or something, and that's it. At the cost of risking my crew members' lives. I've done it 1,000 times, and I don't feel like I've ever come away from it feeling rich unless I had the bio beam. I know spiders are a crew member. I saw that picture, right? I want to see what that race is about. I'm not keen on the variations on each race, but I am keen on seeing some more races. There's like 5 or 6 quests that ignore the clone bay, and I don't know if they just felt like the clone bay was too good. Maybe you can get your boy infected or lost in space, and you can't clone him. You can have the enemy steal your borders and drive off, and you can't clone them either. That kind of stuff sucks so bad. I've lost a couple runs to, whoops, we couldn't get our borders back and they got away. I'm trying to get that ship dead, but they got their jets on so fast, and my cooldowns are up. And so the whole run is dead because FTL decided to say, that's it. They flew away. You can't make them back. Even though you have a backup DNA battery. I haven't tried boarding in this yet. It looks strong still, but I wouldn't be surprised if balance was aimed to tone down boarding, because boarding in vanilla was unbelievable. Boarding and hacking were the only two things you needed usually. I mean, I've seen a lot of science fiction about not cloning too much, yeah. I understand the law, I guess. They say why they won't do it. It's just, you know, painful. Yeah, the game devs wrote the lore. What's the lore between, they just happen to have a Zoltan bypass device, and they're just 5 guys randomly out in space. Where do they have that? How small is this thing? Is it like a stopwatch? They didn't even have a ship. They just came on board. Sometimes they just come out of nowhere. I might be misremembering the words, but it sure sounds like they're saying that you're just hanging out in space and they just showed up. I was really late to get into FTL, like 2015 or something. So I didn't actually play it without the advanced edition at all. I don't actually know what that's like. Seems bad. I don't think I would like it. I think the advanced edition had a lot of neat stuff. And vanilla has a lot of other events that are much worse than Zoltan Bypass that I just don't understand at all. I don't understand how they can justify the event that turns your engines to level 1 or your shields down at the start of the game. That can mean you don't have shields for the fight. I hate those events so much. Yeah, I'm bringing those events up because I don't mean to be purely negative here. There's definitely a lot of good stuff going on with this. The pacing's a little slower because the menus are slowing up my choices, but I appreciate the option before a fight to do some stuff. And I absolutely have not noticed, me personally, my biggest problem in this game is always seems to be that either I'm getting hit with a million missiles, or I spent all my money on a defense drone and suddenly I don't need it anymore because missiles disappear. Missiles just aren't bothering me in this. I hate missiles. I hate dealing with them. They're showing up now and then, but they're not like doing 20 damage to me like they used to do, and I haven't run into any events that just shut my shields off or give them 7 borders out of nowhere. FTL loves to do that shit, and it's not been happening in this mod. So they did good work with that so far. Maybe there's so much variety that it just doesn't happen. Very low missile encounter rate, lots of ASB though. That's not been too bad. I've been able to get out of there before the ASB could shoot at me. But even one ASB shot is not as bad as an enemy having a regular missile launcher. Because that's just going to do more damage. I don't mind the enemy having 4-man teleporters. That's different than them getting free crew. Sometimes in FTL Vanilla, they will give the crew over there 6 men, and they'll get an event that says they get 4 mantises to board for free, and then they're going to come over with 2 more mantis. Sometimes you have to deal with 6 mantis. I've not encountered anything like that, except for that one event at the Great Eye, where they gave me 3 mantis boarders, and they had the pheromone boosters on at all times. Apparently the AI knows how to use that, and they use it religiously every time it was up. I couldn't get away from the horrible mantis army. That was really the closest thing to that nonsense I've seen. I mean, I'll see it, probably. Maybe. I don't want to spoil late game stuff. I don't want to know what the flagship does differently, if anything. We were getting into a discussion earlier, where people who are obviously excited about this mod, some of y'all are even in the credits, or involved in its production. I appreciate you stopping in. I sure do, but I don't want to be told too much. If the mod stands on its own, then I should be able to figure out what's going on just by reading, which is mostly true here. I know enough FTL to see what's going on. I know what these numbers mean. I sure don't want to be spoiled on mechanics. I'd rather find out. I didn't want anyone to spoil what the panic button did. I wanted to find out myself. There's a game appendix or something. There's a game book that you can open up in the middle of the missions that I'm not really interested in scouring for information, so I might ask questions about that kind of stuff, rather than reading any of that. And to be fair, it doesn't really matter what the game says. They could say anything. The more prompts that they gave me, the less I believed that it was actually going to hurt me. I assumed that it was going to blow me up when I pressed it immediately, and then when it told me twice that it wouldn't, I was like, okay, is it actually going to kill me then? And the more it did it, the more I believed it wasn't going to, actually. There's no reason to trust it. Oh, the free mantises are definitely better because the boost is always up. They're probably worse at killing like 30 guys, but they're definitely better at killing anyone in one-on-ones or whatever, and that's what the enemy AI is doing. Well, the cooldown was like 10 seconds. Like, what happened to me with them boarding me was that they boarded and they already had it on and they were doing a truckload of damage, and then I had to go run away and heal because they were so strong, and I came back in to, we got these 3 boarders, we got to stop them. Their ability was already ready again to go. They were always ready. There was no way for me to engage them without them being upgraded, and so we just had an impossible team to deal with. So the only real way for me to have won that situation was to lock them up, and I couldn't do that because they had teleported into the doors room. The game was pretty much over as soon as they did that, and they were that strong. I needed to have upgraded my doors already. And even then, I'm not sure that it would have been alright, but it would have been maybe doable then. Not having doors upgraded was death. I'm really slow about upgrading doors. I don't really feel like I need to do it most of the time. Sometimes I get into trouble for it. That was definitely one of those times. There's definitely a lot of new micro to this. And I am concerned it may be getting a little out of hand, but the problem was it wasn't just the 3 Mantis either. They had a ship and an ASB shooting me, and they were locking up rooms and destroying systems. So not really, couldn't really have won that. It was kind of over. They weren't even by themselves. They teleported over, and they had bonus Mantis for free from an event. I haven't tried a lot of the stuff in the options menu yet. I've been going for basic upgrades. Well, I was going I was going to a Zoltan Monk's land is what it was. We'll talk about the lore again because that's been, the discussion here. I went to a zone that advertised not only Zoltans, but extra peaceful Zoltans. Like, they were really into the idea of saying that these guys are not going to fight you on purpose. And we went to their tourist trap, and that is where we got jumped by the Mantis. that's where they showed up. That was something that I was not prepared for. I was expecting to lose a crew member or something like the Great Eye usually does to me. But no, the Great Maw of Space opened up, and here came the Big Mantis. Yeah, I know about all that stuff. I got all that crap. Bumping just fine. That hasn't been the solution. I feel like their appearance there was pure random and overtuned is what I would call it. Just a ship that didn't fit in. It was so strong. Yeah, it had more shields than you typically would see at that point in the game. It definitely had more shields than anyone else in the area. It had the serious weaponry, and it came with an ASB for some reason. some reason. No, I'm almost done here. I'm wrapping up. I was going to host Author Blues a minute ago, but he hosted me. Well, I guess it's been like 20 minutes. So I didn't plan on doing another run. It's pretty late. If you're all joining me for the first time today for this, you'll see more of it. Don't worry about that. I play FTL all the time. All the time is in a couple times a month, not all the time. But I am interested in this mod. Let's check out some more of it. But beyond that, I run a game show. We're doing it tomorrow night. Check it out. Here's a trailer. I have a lot of confidence in my game show. If you like retro games at all, you'll probably have a good time. We do trivia. We have like 20,000 Jeopardy questions that are game-based. We have more than anybody on Earth. It's vetted too. We have music trivia. We have drawing games. We have challenges for games. We have art. We have so much stuff. It's so well done. I have a lot of confidence in my show. I really do. Check it out. It's called Arcade Pit. We will be doing that tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. We never miss a show. I've done it every Sunday for 6 years. We've done a couple live shows at MagFest. Beyond that, playing some billiards in person here by proxy this week. That's finally gonna get started, so y'all can look forward to that. That's what we do here. I'm gonna head out. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Appreciate you stopping in. Sorry if I sounded confrontational, because I'm really not. I'm having a good time with this, really am. And it's always nice to see dev team stopping in anyway. I'm gonna host my buddy Slow Beef. He's playing some Tetris. Y'all have a good night.